Okay, so for enjoying watercolor to its full extent, to get outside, you feel the warm air in your skin, to just do some drawing, feel the flow of watercolor, just be in the moment. There's nothing I like better than bringing out a little watercolor sketch travel pad. Now this one I found on Amazon. It's maybe 20 bucks or so, but it's watercolor paper in the sketchbook. So a lot of the stuff is ink, so I just go out, I'll show you that in a second. I'll just show you some of the work, what I'm talking about. So basically I'll just look, I'll see somebody walking by, I'll get that as sort of a theme. Not necessarily sketch the exact person, but you see the person, you'd say, okay, well there's an old man with a hat. So then you use that as the basis to work from. So you're never at a loss for inspiration. It's like, okay, I'm gonna work with that, I'm gonna build that. And also it gets you to getting different angles, different directions in a car. It doesn't have to be a finished work. So the stuff I'm showing you, no one's ever seen this stuff. This is just stuff, you know, I do it, put it back in my pocket. And this starts with ink, and then I do watercolor over top of it. Some of them are just watercolor, but the pens work really quickly. And I'm gonna show you some pens in a second that you can, some are water soluble, so you can use a water brush pen and let it flow. Some some stay, some don't run. So some I just do black and white ink. And these are good for just sort of getting your tones down, your contrasts, because that's always very important. So here's one that was all pure watercolor, and then ones with ink. So it's all just people. It's all just, I was going outside, sit on a patio somewhere, you just see someone, you start sketching. Just see the coffee and a sandwich, whatever's in front of you, truck driver. One looking out to the Toronto Island. But now the idea with this, I was trying to get the water effect. I was watching some tutorials on water. Now that can be very difficult to do. So if I have time, I'll kind of show you what I learned from that. But this involves, I forget who was asking about it, but the blooming thing. I'm going to show how to bring out the paint, let the paint follow the flow, so you get a nice gradient, so it doesn't get stuck in one spot and bloom. That usually just depends on your mix of water and paint. You're probably getting too much paint, and that's why it's getting stuck in that area and creating a unwanted bloom. This is with the water-soluble pen. So I did it with water-soluble pen, use the water brush, and bring out some of the effects with the ink. The ink then leads into gray, so you can do both gray and black just using a pen and the water brush pen. And I'll show you that in a moment as well. There's one that's pure watercolor. That's in Ottawa here. That's what I mean about, you just see some old man with a beard and you build off of that. That's about it. Garden. So I'll get to the materials now. Now I have a lot, so I'll try and keep it as simple as possible. Now these materials, I found this through buying many hundreds, even 1 year I spent about $2,000 just trying different materials. And this is sort of the fruits of all these, all this experimentation. So save you some money, save you some time. Water brush pens, in case you don't know them, I know a lot of people know them already, but these are wonderful. You can do everything with this. So usually what you do, you fill it with water, the top there, and you screw it on, and there you got your brush ready to go. You squeeze out the water as you go. I'm going to give a demo of that a bit later, but these are wonderful, and they last, they're cheap, they fit in your pocket. You just fill them up. You don't need to carry a cup with you to dunk it in and do your wash. So you can sketch anywhere with it. You can use it for watercolor. You can put ink in here as well. I'll show you that too. So there's one with ink. I'll show you that in the paper soon as well. So this is the Yatsutomo. It's Japanese ink, and it lasts forever. I have a bottle. I've had it for about 5 years. $20 for a bottle, and you just keep refilling it. That's a lot, instead of buying $4 pens every time. It's called Yatsutomo, in case you see it at the art store. Madoko has it, and it's excellent. It's very, very black. I went through a lot of different inks, experimenting with different inks. And Speedball, it was kind of gray. It wasn't really solid. So a lot of them didn't cover quite enough. But the Yatsutomo is excellent. It's just pure carbon. You get pure solid black inks. And then from that, I know it's not really watercolor, but you can use the water brush pen and create the grays from that. And then you can do the watercolor over top because it dries. It's not going to bleed if you go over it. So you can then color it with watercolor and get both those two mediums working together. This is very, very handy for either mistakes or to do white effects. Now this for either pen or watercolor or whatever you're doing. I've gone through all kinds of, the second best is this, the Uniball Signo. This is pretty good for small things like the whites of the eye. If you want to get one little touch up, one little bit of white, a cat's whisker or something. Ideally, you want to mask it and do it properly, but that takes some forethought. If you're just sketching, you just want to get some white in there, a little white accent. This is a very, very good pen. There's another one there, the Jelly Roll. It's awful. Don't buy that. This is good. I've bought many, many of these. But in terms of coverage, and I've gone through all kinds of different whites, different kind of, there was one in, I forget who was by, I think it was by Speedball again. Avoid Speedball. I've been through all Speedball. It's not solid. But this one here, this is Pentel. Pentel is an excellent company. Everything from Pentel is wonderful that I've come across. And these are great. Often at Madoko, they have these, but they're behind the counter because people come and steal them, I think. So you have to ask for it behind the counter. But this is excellent. You shake it up, and then you get a very, very, again, I'll show you later, but you get a very, very solid white line. So good for touch-ups, good for any kind of white effect you want. Now, of course, if you're doing something really finished and refined, you want to mask it ahead of time. But, this is a quick way to do it.
So Ian, there was just a question on the chat. Anne was just wondering, she couldn't read the first one, the first pen I think you were showing.
Which one was that? I showed the Uniball Signo, this one?
The Pentel.
Pentel, the water brush pen. Yeah, that's kind of hard to read.
The white one, sorry.
Oh, this one. Pentel,
yeah.
It's called Fine Point Correction Pen. Let me see. How's that?
Here, I'll type it in.
Yeah, and as I say, they're often behind the counter. They don't often have them in the aisle. They have these Jelly Roll things, which are awful, that I threw in the garbage because they were, they'd come out gray. This gray kind of mess. So yeah, this is excellent. I've gone through many of these. This one I found before until I found this. And the thing with this though is it come out fast. So you got to be careful with the flow because you can get too much of it. But it's great stuff. It really gets a solid white. I'll just show you quickly here. I'll find some black.
Also, Laurel was asking about the name. Can you spell the ink name that you were recommending?
Yatsutomo. Okay. Well, I'll type in a sec, but anyways, so this is from Yatsutomo ink. It's very, very solid. And then I'll show you. So there's no gray, there's no streaks. it's very good coverage. Because another thing, I do a lot of comic art. I have a friend who does a script, and I do the graphic novel illustration side of things. So I do a lot of this black and white stuff. So this is something I've learned from that side of things. But this works also for watercolor. Essentially, it is kind of, ink is essentially a kind of watercolor because it's water-based. So it's just solid instead of the pigment. What was the other question? Yatsutomo. Yeah, that's it. Oh, Yatsutomo.
The Yatsu?
Yatsutomo.
I just Googled it, so I saw Yatsu. So
oh, maybe you're right. I thought it was Yatsutomo. Anyway, it's Sumi ink. You could be right then. That's what they said on the website?
I did, when I just looked it up, that's what it came up with, but I don't know if that's something different.
Well, close enough. If you say that at the store, they'll know what you mean.
Okay.
Sumi ink. Now there's other Sumi inks, and I found they don't work quite as well, but the Yatsutomo is beautiful. Now moving along, another excellent one I found. These brush pens. These are little brush pens, Japanese made. They're all quite good. I have different brands. I found this tends to be my favorite though. This is a Unipin fine line. Now this one I ordered from Amazon. I couldn't find it. I bought it in Holland a few years ago, but then I couldn't find any more here. So this one I ordered. But if you find the brush pens, they have some in Midoko and art stores as well. They have Tombow is another brand. There are several brands that are very similar. This one I've found is my favorite of all of them. So it's worth a try. It's worth it's $4. It's not the end of the world if it doesn't work out for you. But now on the other hand, this was an accident actually. I was trying to order these ones, but they sent me these ones instead. Actually, no, I was trying to order this one, which is more of a brush, which I found was a bit too finicky for me, and it didn't have enough flow. But they sent me these instead, which I thought was a mistake, but they ended up being more enjoyable to use than the one I thought I wanted to get. So this is another Pentel Touch, again, a Japanese one. And this one is water soluble. So it's a quick example. So say you're doing a line, and you get your water brush pen. So see, then I clean off the brush. This goes for that for the issue. Sorry, I forgot your name already. Monica, that Monica's having with the blooming. If each time you dry off your brush, clean it off, and each time you have cleaner and cleaner water, then it's going to bleed down. You're going to get a gradient. So now I wipe off the brush. So it's good to have a cloth nearby. So each time the water is cleaner and cleaner. And then you're going to have a gradient as the pigment descends into the water.
Are you squeezing that water brush, or does it just flow out naturally?
It flows out naturally, but sometimes you need to give it a squeeze. If you're doing a large area, I've got other brushes here. These are often better ordered online because they have more variety online, because most of them are from Japan. But, oh, shoot. This one's kind of dried up. But I've got bigger ones here. Here's a bigger one. So if I'm doing a big area, like this is, you squeeze this out and it'll cover a big area here. And then say, I'm gonna use some orange. So the blooms you're describing, it probably sounds like you're using too much pigment. and maybe not enough water. Because if you, like this won't, I don't know, this will descend throughout the water. However, if it does start to create a bloom, what I'm doing right now is I'm cleaning off my brush with my fingers. I didn't put a towel close by, that would have been helpful. But if it's starting to get too bloomy, you can direct the pigment. It's like you're creating a path for it to follow.
Okay.
You don't want to mess with it too much. You just want to kind of direct it. So you don't want to scrub it. You just want to kind of give it a bit of water. You're giving it a slide on which to follow. If that makes sense. It's like you're greasing the skids. You know, you're greasing the skids for it to follow. So if you're getting too much of a bloom, just get a bit of water on your brush and just let it follow. But it does take some practice. So you just get a sketchbook and just let it flow. So see, I'm not touching the paint itself. I'm touching underneath the paint. If it's stubborn, then I'll go in and try and get a bit of it, but I don't want to mess with it too much. And then once you've done that, you know, if you're adding another color. Now also, this isn't watercolor paper, so it's not going to work quite as well as. So now if I want to fan out those edges, right now again, I'm cleaning my brush, and then I'll clean it again. So it's sort of like you're cleaning up the, how do you say it? Okay, say when you spill something on the counter, you spill, say, spill hot chocolate on the counter, and then you get your cloth and you wipe the edge of the spill, then that edge of the spill is going to be less defined as you wipe it, because it's going to bleed into the cloth and it's going to be more spread out on the countertop, if that makes sense. But it'll make more sense when you're practicing it yourself, because it's something you sort of feel more than are able to just describe. It's just how the flow of the watercolor works.
Right. I'm going to show you. This is actually something I worked on, and I don't know if you could see this area. That's what I meant by a bloom. It just sort of opens up, and you can't see. The pigment isn't smooth anymore. This is something I tried at one of our things, and
that's why it's good to do your wash in one go. Get the water. That's one thing with watercolor. It's like you got to be moving on it, because if you let it dry up, you won't be able to get the same. So
don't touch it again.
Yeah, don't mess with it. You want to, and that's what I was saying earlier too about watercolor. It's difficult, but when you get it, it's very enjoyable, because it's like, yeah, I got it in one shot. You know, you're aiming for the target. You hit the bullseye. You're like, great, got that. Moving on. And you're not sitting there. You know, it prevents you from doing the same thing that you can do, that you're able to do in acrylics and oils. Acrylics and oils, you can sit there for hours, you know, just working on the same little thing, and it can still end up turning out looking nice. But watercolor forces you to get it on that one shot. So it's difficult, but when you really get the hang of it, it's very enjoyable to have that feeling like, okay, I hit that mark and I got what I wanted, and I can move on. I'm not going to be going crazy with this one little spot I keep going over 100 times. Okay, where was I now? Paints. Okay, this is the standard. I use this for at-home stuff mostly. This is fairly portable as well, you know, considering other mediums. And this is all, again, this thing I bought for $3 at Madoko, and then I fill it with core. I use core watercolors. I've got other ones in here too as well, but I found the core, this is experimenting with many different kinds. The core are very well concentrated. They last a long time, very intense colors, especially the oranges and blues. They have a different texture to them. They're not creamy like a lot of the other ones, like Winsor Newton or Daniel Smith. A lot of people love Daniel Smith, but I find them too creamy. But the core ones, like this is all core here. And this little tiny thing, this is like an old makeup kit or something. I found in the basement and repurposed it. And this thing has lasted me for years and years, even though there's barely any paint in there. Now I just use it for my sketchbook. But you know, this thing, you can fold it up and you can put in your pocket and take it with you, and use your water brush pen. And this is all core, and it's very, very densely formulated. So it lasts a long, long time and has very robust colors. And it's by Golden, who make acrylic. And I think because they're fairly late to the watercolor market, they had to do something. They have a different binder. It's called Aquazol, instead of the other ones that have gum arabic. So I think because they're late to the game, they had to offer something new that wasn't in the other watercolor paints. So I really find them to be a great brand. So from here on in, after years of experimenting with different brands, Schmincke is also good too. But I just like Core. Core is easy to get here. It's American made, so it's not going to be overly expensive or shipped in from somewhere else. It's I just find they have a lot of sales as well, a lot of deals. There's one called the High Chroma Kit. You get the color wheel that you'd have with printer ink. So you create all the colors. It's not like a red, yellow, blue. It's cyan, magenta, teal. I guess teal's cyan. Magenta. You get the orange. You get a different color wheel that you're able to create all the different colors you want to create through the spectrum, but it prevents you from having mud. There's no way to have mud with a high chroma kit. You can mix all the colors together in one big mess, and it will never be muddy. That's the greatest thing with that I find with that kit. And the colors are just very radiant. So it's not like a lot of the other brands. You can have colors that get very muddy. You get burnt siennas, and they end up looking muddy. So I just enjoy it because if you use the oranges and the blues and the very vibrant colors, you get a very nice look no matter what you do with it. So it's a foolproof way to avoid getting mud, because that's also always a danger with watercolor. You don't want to get muddy colors. Okay, where was I now? Questions so far? Yeah. All right. So I'll do a little demo now. I will prop up my screen. I was experimenting with this before, so bear with me for a sec. Okay. Getting a bit of a shadow. Okay. Here's another one I forgot to mention. This is Faber-Castell. This is a water-soluble pencil. So this is great for watercolor because it's a 4B, so it's a soft lead. So when you paint over it, it will virtually disappear. And you can even work with it as a gray if you just want to keep it with a pencil. All right, so I'll paint it up this way, and I'll flip it around and show you in a sec. So what you start off with, so say you're at a cafe somewhere and you see someone walk by. Nowadays they've got big coats on, so you just start with the head, start with the coat, work with the shapes. So always keep with the shapes, shoulders, a zipper. This is what you see 9 times out of 10 these days, looking outside and seeing people walk. They'll have a mask on, maybe sunglasses or goggles. So this whole time I'm thinking about the shapes. Now, because it's a water-soluble pencil, this is going to disappear quite well once I start to paint it.
Ian, can you tell us what the name of the pencil is?
This is a Faber-Castell. I think it's, I can't remember the full name of it because I can't see the rest of it anymore. I got it in Florida, so I can't find it here. So again, you can probably find it online. Type in Faber-Castell water-soluble pencil. That's what I'd recommend because, yeah, I bought these in Florida and I'm down to a little nib here. So I think I've ordered some online and I have them at home somewhere, but these are very good. And get a soft lead because the soft lead will be more easily washed away when you, because yeah, I experimented for a long time with different ways to lay down the sketch for my watercolors. And you don't want to have, visible pencil lines everywhere. You want the thing that's going to be erased the most when you paint down your wash. So this I found worked the best because it's water soluble. Because most pencils, they'll stay there, they'll remain in your paper. So I do recommend this quite a bit. Now, again, you can't see the full name, but it's Faber-Castell water soluble pencils. I'm sure if you search for that, you'll be able to find that.
There's another good water soluble pencil made by Derwent.
Oh yes, that's true too. Yeah, Derwent, that's probably easier to find. I've seen those in at Medoko. I don't think I've ever, I did try one actually, but it felt kind of charcoaly. Like this has a nice slide to it. It's hard to explain, but try them both out. Like that's the thing with pencils and pens, they're cheap, so you don't have to worry about blowing the bank on it. And that's the great thing with watercolor in general. It's all quite cheap in general, so don't worry about trying stuff out. I'm trying to save you some time and money here with a shortcut, but okay. So I'm going to do an example here with this as a water-soluble pen. So once I got the general layout here, let's do some inking around. Now I'm going to assume the light is coming from this side, so I'll do more shadows on this side. So a bit more shadows on the side of the face. Fill it in here. See, there's that texture at the bottom of the jacket. Got his hands in his pockets here because it's cold. Maybe he's waiting in line for something. Okay, now, so because this is water soluble, I can get my water brush pen. Now, I've got different sizes. This one's a bit too big. Now, I found when you buy in the stores, the sizes aren't very different. It's hard to find really big water brush pens. You might have to check online. Like this one I've had for a while, and I haven't been able to find one so big as this before ever since. So find the biggest one that you can find. This is a standard one. This is a standard large size. You can find this at Medoko. Again, Pentel. Pentel's very good. Derwent makes some good ones too, but Pentel I found is very good. So you got to squeeze a little bit to get it going. You can put it on the back of your hands to see if it's working. You feel the cold water there. So now I'll start in here, and you can see already it's dissolving as I paint over it. This is the most enjoyable part too, because it's just like this is essentially what you're creating watercolor by putting down the pigment first and then drawing it out with the water. If I get too much, what I'm doing, I've got too much pigment. I'm wiping it off with my hand. You know, you can wipe it off on a Kleenex or whatever else you have around. There's one. Now, since in the title of this, I stressed the drawing of people, I'll do several different versions of, you know, people from far away. Again, basic, this is kind of a drawing tutorial as well. It's like basic shapes, stick to basic shapes. So you start with the little head, the body's always a bit bigger, especially when there's jackets out. And then the legs, it's kind of, depending on how they're walking, you can do these two little, it always works out well when you do these little W shapes, little W's for legs. And you see that from far off. So I'll do another one. Thick body, little W legs. You know, if one is smaller than the other, it looks like they're walking. See that? It looks like his foot's before the other. Again. And you can add some little hands too if you feel you need it. Or they can carry a bag. So I'll do these ones with watercolor. So I'm going into my kit here. And I don't know, I'll do some blue for the legs, maybe the wearing jeans. And I'll get some, so, you know, when I usually dip it in water to clean it off, because I don't have the jar of water, I'm squeezing it out on the palette, squeezing the pen and until it's clear. And then I squeeze it out like that with my fingers, put it on my hand a bit, squeeze it out again, and then it's clean. Now, that's if you don't have any Kleenex or any water around, that's just a quick and easy way. It can be a bit messy, but so now I'll do the heads of these guys here. Orange is a good quick skin color to go to. We're just doing it fast, because if it's 50% water, it dries and it's fairly skin looking pigmentation. Now I'll get a teal just to get some more color going here. Now if I want to create a bit of a 3D effect, I'll get another color. I'll get maybe some of this magenta. Just put a few dabs of it, and I'll let it mix with the water. It'll create a nice texture in the end. When you see it from far off, you know, you don't see the difference in the colors. You just sort of see something else going on there, and it creates more interest than just a solid color. That's a great tip in general. Like, it's good to avoid painting a solid color anywhere, like a solid color for a background or solid color for a big part of someone's shirt or anything you're doing. Avoid solid colors. It's always good to mix in a complementary color into that wash, because then you're just going to get a nice texture. It'll be a nice, I'll show you in general here. Say I'm doing, this is orange. It's a bit of a polluted orange, so it's looking a bit brown. Also, this is better than using burnt sienna and those brown colors. Better to use an orange. Use an orange, add some blue to it if you want to make it darker. But I try and avoid any kind of brown that's going to get muddy looking. Because this is an orange here, it looks kind of brown. But if I take some blue, just mix it up. And that's going to dry, and as it dries, it's going to mix together with the orange. And it's going to be a nice texture overall. But experiment with that yourself, because it's you can do all kinds of nice looks for that, mixing in different colors. Don't do too many colors. Keep them complementary. Keep them colors that work well together. but that just creates a nice texture in general for whatever you're doing. So say for instance, down here, I was gonna do some snow. So first I wanna clear this off. I got some green on my brush, so I'm just wiping it off now. Squeezing out the water. So first I'm laying down the water. I've already got a bit of pigment from the pencil here. So I'll take a bit of blue, little tiny bit of blue. I don't want too much, so I'll start very cautiously. Just little bits of blue.
Just to let you know, Ian,
Yeah?
getting to the end of your time.
Okay, what time is it now?
10:09. 10:09, just to let you know.
10:09. Okay,
Sorry to interrupt.
I've got 5 minutes, right? Okay, so there's the watercolor version one. Oh, one pen I didn't show you here. This is a Pentel, also very highly recommended. This is Pentel. This is about 20 bucks, but it has refillable cartridges. So you can see, you can buy the cartridges and refill it. So it's a bit more expensive than refilling it with the actual ink as you would with the Yatsutomo and the water brush pen. But these are very handy to bring with you because you get a nice little brush effect. I don't know if you can see it there. So it's great for just a quick little sketch. I'll do it on this guy because he's
I think we're not able to see it.
oh, can you see it? Oh, there we go.
I think, there you go.
There you go. Okay, so see, it's a little tiny brush, so it's great to just carry in your pocket. And when you want to get that feeling of the brush on paper, that ever so relaxing and enjoyable, stress relieving feeling of putting something liquid down on paper with a brush, this is such an easy way to do it.
Now, there were a couple questions, Ian, for
Okay,
you.
why don't I get to questions then, if we only got 5 minutes left.
Okay, so one of the questions that was asked earlier on is, this is by Barbara. Is the white ink acrylic based that you used?
Good question. Like acrylic's also an option if you have some acrylic. I don't think it's like whiteout basically. It has kind of a whiteout smell to it. So I think it's basically whiteout in a pen. Now I don't know what the composition of that is, but acrylic is also an option. Acrylic it's also thick, but like this and acrylic, you don't want to use it too much because it's going to be obvious that it's not meshing with your watercolor. It stands out, you know, especially you're looking close at it, you can see it's one of these things is not like the other. If you remember that from Sesame Street. So it draws your attention to the technique, and you don't want the technique to be the center of the attention. You want your painting to be the center. You don't want this sort of called out as, oh, I see what they did there. It's like a magic trick. You don't want people to see the sleight of hand. So it's good for sketching. You just want to do something quick. You know, you just want to, I'll show you here with this little guy here.
I think we have a couple more questions, though. We don't have much time.
Sure. What's the next question?
What is the size of the Pentel nib?
Of this?
No, I'm not sure. Oh, maybe that. Yes, I think it's that. Maybe.
White? I can show you.
Sorry, no, the last pen that you showed us, the black brush pen.
Oh, this is excellent. Okay, the backstory in this, I took a class on inking for comic books one year, many years ago. And we went through all the brushes, went through all the history of it, pen nibs. The very last class, the teacher sits down and he pulls this thing out. And the whole class just moves in like, what? And he pulls it off and like, and I was like, well, we could have skipped the whole class and just gone right to this. You could have pulled this out and say, okay, class dismissed, just use this. So you can see it's small.
So it doesn't say 5 microns?
No, it doesn't say exactly how much, but you can see my finger there.
Okay.
It's but if you want something bigger, if you're filling a larger area with ink, use a water brush pen with the Yatsutomo ink. I've got a bigger one somewhere. I'll just
Perfect.
show you
Thank
this
you.
because we're low on time, but I'll show you this. So
I have one last question too, and then, yeah.
you fill huge areas with this. So you're
Wow.
not wasting money on like this thing here. This thing costs $6 a shot for this thing. It does the same job, but not quite as well. And $6 every time you got to throw it out and get a new one. So Yatsu Tomo water brush pen.
Okay, and the last question, Ian,
Yep.
Shelley wanted to see the painting that you did. Just flip it around, just that last one that you did,
Last
so
one?
that we can see the total.
Well, it's not a masterpiece by any means, but just to show you better
Yeah.
to show you something better. I've got better stuff in this.
I think we're probably at the end of the session here.
Okay.
So, Luann, it's there's about a minute to his presentation. So.
Okay. All right. Let him go. There we go. There's a nice one. I like that one. That one I'm proud of. Didn't have time to show you the water techniques, but there you go. Okay.
Great. Thank you, Ian. That was awesome.
You're welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi, Luann.
Hello. Some of you I recognize, and some of you I can associate the name to the face now. Thank you. I'm very grateful for that. I'd like to thank Renee, Ian, and all the leadership team, IWS Canada, to making this happen. So I'm very happy to be here. For those who don't know me, I love portrait painting, and that's all I do. That's what I do. I don't paint any other things. So today, I'd like to share some of my passion and some of the things that that I find is important when we do the portrait painting from the portrait painting perspective rather than from a watercolor painting perspective, because there are some conflicts in the perceptions, right? So if you look for something very hands-on today, probably will disappoint you because I don't have any watercolor prepared in front of me here. But we will discuss some of the things. For example, we go back to the fundamentals of the forms and the shapes and the planes, because the planes is so important to understand how the light, when it hits the planes and how it reflected. And there will be some technical thing, but I try to minimize less because my background is in engineering. So it's my nature that when I draw in certain problems, I really want to look into the technical side so that I can come up with a process. And from the artistic side, it is a different subject for discussion, right? So then when we understand the planes, then we're gonna find out why it's so important. Why it's so important when we paint in terms of values, in terms of color temperature, in terms of brush strokes, right? So I like to make the screen share. Now, hold on. I don't have that open yet. That's part of my issue. I thought I had it open. So can you see my screen now?
Yep.
Yeah. So shapes going back to it's almost like a 2D, anything that enclosed for the line. So a circle, for example, we draw a circle, just a continuous line and close until the lines meet, right? So that is a circle. But when we go away from the drawing in a sketch form into a painting, we need to think of three-dimensional. That's where the form comes in. So forms for circle, and we tend to know this when we were in school, but when we go to the painting, we tend to forget them. We drop them all. So if you can see the right side, this here, so for a sphere, now we're not talking about a circle anymore. When we go to painting, we talk about sphere. So sphere, we have the core shadow is very important. That's very darkest on the object, right? And there are mid-tone and light, and all the highlight and the reflected shadow, cast shadow, and occlusion shadow. That's where the object meets directly with the cast shadow itself. So why this is important? Because this is, eventually we're going to move to the planes of understanding the human anatomy. So before we get that, let me stop share. So got a question, right? So let's say if this is the plane, and if the light shine from top down, right, 100%, so you got the reflected light back. So if there's a 100% light shine to it, you got 100% reflected light. But if I rotate this to 90 degrees, right? So if the light source is from top, how much of the reflection we got out of this? Right, probably zero because it's dark, right? So now, if I were to rotate this tiny bit by 10 degrees, so now it's 80 degrees rather than 90 degrees, right? So how much light reflection you think we can get? Just need some arbitrary number. And anybody want to volunteer?
30%.
30%? Wow, that's pretty good. But it's 45% reflected light, right? So now let's go back to this 0 degrees. Light hits here. If I turn by 10 degrees, so how much reflected light we expect from here? Anybody want to guess?
80.
80?
85?
No, it's 99%. That's crazy, isn't it? So why is this, right? So it gets to, this is a Lambert's emission law, right? Let me go back to share screen. So that is for somebody technical. We want to go offline and talk about that, right? So, and because of that, you just plug in the value of the angle for the cosine, and you come up with a scale like this, right? So the inclination 0 to 90 and the brightness, you see when going from 90 going to 80, we got 45%. And when from very, very high light, 0%, 0 degrees to 10 degrees, you get 99% reflected light, right? So, and you see the gray scale on the right side from very light, brightest bright and to the darkest dark. It is not quite linear because on the color wheels, let me go back to this. On the color wheels, if you spin around, you can see this gray scale from 1 to 10, right? And it's designed that is more linear. But in real life, it's not as such. In real life, it is non-linear because it's a cosine function. See that? So the strip that we buy from the paint shop or the art store, that is this strip here. But the Lambert's emission law we just looked at is on this scale. So one's on the cosine and the other one's on linear. Okay, so that is to show us that, why it's important to understand that. Now, take that into the planes. Right? So, depends our styles, right? Some like to go to more impressionism. Some like to go to more realistic. So, and when we work on our painting, we just, remember to see how simplified the planes are and how much detail, how much resolution you want to break down the planes in realistic painting, right? So, and as an artist, it's very difficult to define your style, right? And I have my own way to define my own style, but it does not mean that my way is your way. Everybody need to do that. And there's a disclaimer of certain things that I'm going to talk later is if you're in abstract art, or you're in pen and watercolor, or you're in illustration or paint based on imagination, right? They all fine, but some of the stuff here may not be applicable to them, right? So, and for any representational work, portraiture, we paint what we see, and we also paint what we know. So the knowledge that we just gone through, Lambert emission law, and the planes, and how we apply the plane to the human anatomy, and how is that going to affect eventually when we actually make something on the paper. So on the left side, that's a skull. That is the simplest form of the planes. And the right side is a much higher resolution, right? So let me turn on other camera here. Can Renee please spotlight the other camera for me, please? So let's go back to, do you see my my camera? Yeah, I have to make noise. Okay. So for a cylinder, let's go back to a cylinder, right? So cylinder, so this is the issue that I see a lot of painting when trying to do the portraiture. Let me quickly shading this. I use it so that I can do fast and clear on for the distance camera. So we tend to put everything's dark on the side. Dark on the side. And shade it in. Right? This is, I see many drawing using this approach. Now, what happened with that is,
Luann, I think your screen went it went like it turned off. Just so you know. There we go. We're back.
Okay. So here is a problem, because when we paint a portrait, our face is not square. Our face is round like a cylinder, right? So by doing this, the side of this dark on dark and eventually going in, it's almost like you cut something out and glue it to the wall, right? Because we lack of putting in the core shadow. Right? If you have a core shadow, right, and you got a reflected shadow, that's what we need to. So our face is somewhat a form of a cylinder, right? So same thing is when we draw an arm, right, or leg or anything, or tree, right? That is still a cylinder. So by doing the hard edge here, and slowly, gradually in, that is lack of the right approach to the fundamental forms. So then, for the human head, so the anatomy, let me go back. Make a circle. Trying to find 1/3 of this, 1/3 of this. So cut out on the side. And if I do this 70-30 kind of image, right? So I go and one here, 1/3 here. So this here is our core shadow. And just like this, if any painting that we miss this here, it just doesn't feel right? So this is where it cut off the planes, right? This is where it cut off the planes, right? Same thing with the step in the eyes, right? It has to have that. Same thing with the nose. It has to have that. And same thing here. So it depends on what's the resolution you want to break it down, right? So let me go back. Can you spotlight me back to the other camera, please?
No problem. There you go.
Yeah. So why is so important? Oops. Because when there is a shift in planes, right? Just like I was talking about this, right? It changed the value on a grayscale, and in artist term, we talk about tonal value, right? And in color, right? The face more to the light is warmer color, and away from a light, cooler color, right? So if you look at the human head, look at my face. So if you treat that as a rectangular prism, you get one side, two sides, top, bottom, and the back, right? Bottom and back. So these are the fundamental rectangular prisms. And faces that is less light, obviously it's going to be darker, and obviously it's going to be cooler, right? So as an artist, we have choices, right? We have choices that, hey, what kind of cool color we want for the sides, what kind of warm color we give it to the front, right? And if you look at all my art, and many artists I don't go by flesh tones, because if we chase the flesh tone, that will be forever task. Now I came from a color engineer for Ford Motor Company. I retired already. So my eyes, I see color on the vehicle is very precise, right? It's almost like a machine can detect, right? So to match a certain color for flesh tone, we're chasing for moving target because any object, when you place in a space or place near a certain object, you got other reflected lights from surrounding. So the same skin tone will look differently every time, right? But we're going back to, we understand the plane, we understand the value. So let's grab the value, grab is the value we want, right? And on the color wheel, right, you got this grayscale. And when you move around the grayscale and you kind of squint your eyes and find out which color matches better. For example, you go to green, no, this yellow green here, maybe this grayscale match a little less difference. That's more difference. That's more different, for example, right? So tonal value is what we want to get. But then what color if you don't go by the flesh tone? I want to show you my palette. And this palette here, it's the same palette for all my painting. I don't go more or less, right? And the way I laid out, I got a group of yellows. I call it yellow. It could be some kind of yellow ochre or raw sienna, right? And there are some very standard alizarin crimson, pink, all that. So this area is yellow, this area red, and this yellow is blue, right? Now, and I don't really, because for this presentation, then I say the name of it, but I treat it as yellow, red, green, right? So how cool it is, for example, usually when I take approach, if a human head, I have two sides here, and I would determine and say, well, hey, is this side nearer to the light compared with this side? Then I'll choose that side as a green reflection, right? And if this side here is away from the light and it's still on the cool side, cooler than this side, then I use a little bit away from the green, which is blue on the color wheel, right? So then the point is, we just learned the plane change causes tonal value change, number one. Number two, the plane change causes the color temperature to change, right? But then the last one is so important here, the plane change causes the brush strokes to change when you paint. Why so? Because if the shadow, this plane here is going down this way, but if your brush strokes going other direction, it just doesn't look right. Doesn't look right, right? But if your form of art is for wet and trying to make everything even, flow and all that, then you don't have that issue, right? So there's a pros and cons for both techniques, right? We can talk about that, right? So, and for, I'll show you some of this example of how to use a brush stroke for the plane changes. So when you have all these three things, right? Color temperature shift, right? Shift in the tone value and shift in the brush stroke, your planes look normal. Your human face, human head will look normal, right? Make it more believable. So now I want to, let me go back to my screen. Am I going too fast, too slow, or it's dead quiet here? I must still have audience.
It's good. Yeah, I think a lot of people are muted, so.
Oh. Is that right?
Yeah, but they can unmute themselves if they have anything and to need to ask a question. So.
Okay. Okay.
Excellent theory, Luan.
All right. Okay, now I need to share the screen. So this one is one of my favorite painting, right? And why so? Because it came from, I painted from a black and white photo. And I strongly suggest everyone use that to practice every now and then. Because by looking at the color photo, you tend to follow what the photo is, right? Then you can really practice and apply what you learn, right? So in here, in the black and white photo, obviously everything's smooth out, grayscale, original photo, right? But I interpret it and say, well, look, I need to have planes, right? So here, artificially, you see the red here, the red all the way down here, and you see the core shadow all the way. So that is one side of planes, right? And this side of planes here, I intentionally divided like that. But original photo, you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see it. But if you try to make everything smooth, that it just doesn't look right in a portraiture painting. And brushstrokes, right? We talk about brushstroke. So when there is a change of plane, it causes a change in brushstroke. So you see a simple vertical line, simple horizontal line like this, that already establish the entire forehead in the simplest way, right? And there's also a steps down here, right, for the eye socket. And when it goes to eyes, we tend to focus on the feature rather than the eye sockets, the skull, right? We talk about plane. So here, this line that I'm just saying here, please that, if the photo doesn't have it, add it in a little bit, right? It automatically make it real, right? So there is sockets, right? And here on the side of the nose, a simple green, because I established that, hey, if it turns aside this way, same direction, I'm gonna give green, right? So there's a step down here, right? Now for the eyes, now we're talking about features. It is not very good idea just to draw the eyebrow without making people to believe that there's something behind it to support it, right? So if I just go ahead and put a lot of this, but without, this dark area and this light area, right? The whole thing here is raised. It looks artificial, right? And for the eyes, so some of the stuff that I want to share my experience for the eyes, you can see I add some really high intensity red color on it, right? And my art focus on expressing different emotions, right? Even all my art title is not a person. It's about the emotion. Now, the emotion part and the artistic side of it, we can talk in other subject, other opportunity, that you have to, when you paint, you have to talk to the subject, the painting. If you don't talk to the painting, you don't get that, right? So the red dot here, I find that in a different spot on the upper eyes here, right? It will give you a more higher spirit, happier type of look. But if you have the red dot, red accent on the bottom side of it, right? You'll see a heck of a lot more sadness on the face, right? So you have to find the spot, sometimes here, sometimes there, all that. Again, when you put something red, right, by itself, it's not red because there's no comparison, right? It's hot because you compare with something cold, something cool, right? So you have to find the area that is a little bit cooler, boom, little hot on it. So the nose, same thing. I hit a little bit of red, right? So it brings that, hey, the person is live, right? Although we know John Sargent is gone for some time, right? So, and here, right, in order to change the plane, remember I said that when the plane change, it causes a change in temperature. So here I intentionally cause a little bit of warm color, and then I go to the cool color, right? To cause that, make it more believable. Same with the hair, right? Although the photo would show the exact same color, right? But don't forget the hair is also on the same plane of the face here. So it has a different value here, and then there's a different value here. All right. Now, and I want to see another image. Am I still on the share screen?
So far.
So same here, right? So again, this will be very much different than original photo because I established, hey, my plane gonna stop here, and because I got some lights on the side here, so there is a little bit of, you know, make believe of a cylinder. It wraps around. It doesn't stop in the background. Right? So here's the same thing. So I take this front, right? You see the headband. I also need to have a gradual that way and gradual this way to get the roundness. It make it believable that it's wrapping the head, right? It's not just a 2D wrapping on something 3D. Yeah. And this one here is, I want to stress of things surrounding us, right? So, and we are an object, right? Our skin change, everything change, you know, depends on the surrounding. If you stand near red objects, you get red reflection, or other color, you get different things, right? So if you just paint the person in flesh tone, it looks boring, it looks artificial somehow. And even though if I change a color drastically, nobody's gonna challenge that. Hey, it doesn't look like a fresh tone, right? But actually you gain something better, you can set the mood. So here again, so I got the front plane, right? And then you see the side plane here, I select that, hey, I need to have a shift in the color, right? And be brave. You know, who says that you cannot use a real green directly off the palette, right? And, you know, and talking about that, this is something that's very important, I find, as a process. On the color wheel, we know, let's go back to color wheel. We know that, hey, when there's opposite color, right? Let's say blue and orange, or violet and yellow, they're complementary color. And if you mix them up together in a thicker paint, in oil or something like that, you got a very dark brown or near black or something like that, right? But in watercolor, it depends on the amount of water you mixed in, right? And if not careful, you will get mud. The painting will get muddy at a very early stage, right? So again, you know, from an engineering perspective, I want to make sure that I get the good habit as I paint. So I need to set up something that is called error-proof, right? How do I error-proof, not trying to make the watercolor muddy, right? Because the sooner stage, very early stage of your painting, if it gets muddy already, it discourages you, right? Many times, right? But there's way to deal with muddy painting. I'll talk about that, right? So my error-proof way is, again, we look at group of yellow, red, blue, right? And we know when you mix all this together, you get a muddy thing, right? So when I do the underpaint, I use 2 brushes, right? And when I paint something at upper level, I don't try to use my same brush to go down here. Or when I do something down here, I don't want to use the same brush going up there. So that's called error-proof, right? So you do that repeatedly, it becomes part of you. It's like driving. You don't notice that anymore. Because when you paint, you don't let this technical stuff in your way because you want to generate a piece of art, right? So when I do up here, I don't touch down here. So up here, what do we have? We have something yellowy, something about orange, something about pink, something about red. So it's a warm color. Warm color. So we know, right? Warm color and cool color, you mix them together, you got muddy thing, right? And it doesn't mean that it's not good. There are great artists out there. They're specializing in playing with various tones of the grayscale. And they're very, very good at it. And that is very hard challenge, right? But for me, call me chicken shit or what, I'm still, maybe. So I make it color proof. Warm color, cool color. You do something up here, don't touch down there, or vice versa. Right? So what I do, I use 2 brushes, one hot and one warm. Right? So when I paint, go, cancel, share screen. So you see that green there is very, very fresh, right? So because I use a different brush, and somehow these 2 colors got to meet, but I let them meet on the paper, not on the palette. And on the paper, when they meet, it generates nice surprise where the overlap is. It's fresh gray. It's not going to be a dull, if something that you're trying to force yourself to make it accurate from the palette. Right? And this here, I just want to show that don't be afraid to go out of your norm. And if you see the lady got a red dress, I got all kinds of red reflection, then put red on. And who says we cannot do that? Right? And because when I put on the green for the side planes, if I leave the paper white, then it looks kind of awkward. Look like she's sick, she's got some kind of disease or something, right? So I have to make it believable. So I'm just add a little bit of green in the background so that hey, people say, yeah, it's normal, right? So, and it's funny enough that because red and green, they are a complementary color, right? So they share almost the same gray scale. So if I turn a picture into a black and white, you see the level of that red, level of that green, exact same. And that's why when viewers look at it, they're not going to complain, say, oh, what happened? That's not even the person. There's no flesh tone, right? Because the grayscale is correct, right? Now, who says the eyebrow cannot be a different color, right? So, right, why do I get red here? Because this corner of this eyeglass is super red, and I hate that because that was dominating the face so much. So I just bring that in. Right? So don't be afraid with playing with color. And my approach to the underpaint is to use 2 brushes, one warm, one cool. And going back to brushstroke. So how to practice brushstroke? So let's going back to the John Sargent.
So just to let you know, there's about 6 minutes left.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
So, and to practice brushstroke is, I think, is much harder than to understand the playing value and the color temperature. Brushstroke, what sets you apart from other artists? Everyone, because everyone has a different style, right? It's just like our writing, right? Our writing is so different than other people's. So same thing when you're painting, you get brushstrokes. So how do you practice that? Well, before you paint, you get a sketch. You get a pencil sketch. You put a piece of mylar transparency on top of it. And you just use any brush and no paint on it, and just play with on the mylar. So I say, hey, this is a plane change here. How do I make my strokes the biggest bang for the buck? And where's the shift and change? What kind of color change, color scheme that I want to have it on? So yeah, you have some planning because you still want to expect a surprise result in watercolor, obviously. But when you plan about this or everything else, you don't have to think about technical aspect and focus on the art itself when you actually paint.
I'm sorry?
So any questions? Any questions so far?
I have a question. What do you use to use masking fluid to mask off the small white details in your painting? Or?
You see a lot of detail. Yes. Well, some area I use masking fluid, right? Some I use on the side. The brush I use on the side and glide through the paper. I only use rough paper because rough paper, I find my style fits best. So I just glide through like this. It causes, the line strokes. Or in a very delicate area, let me find out if I still have it here. Delicate area, I use this drummer drill, right? And USB charge, right? I just hit on the paper, right? Instead of using knife.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
I really love hearing your technique about putting the emotion in the paint. That is very valuable. Thank you for that.
Oh, thank you.
I would love to know the brand. What kind of drama drill is that? It's very interesting.
Well, I don't know what it is. It's called, it's in the box here, mini grinder, right? And it's so wonderful that I can actually engrave something on wood or metal even, right? So when you work, I like it because it's lightweight. You grab it like a pen. So it's not like a big, bulky machine piece of equipment that you don't have control. You have perfect control of it, right?
Thank you. That's wonderful. Thank you.
It's USB charge to your computer.
What is this name brand, the drum drill? Can you just write it down for us?
Well, I got this from online. It's shipped from China. It's
really?
Cheap. It's $15.
Oh, nice.
$15. But you see, I try not to use any white, not at all in my paintings. Right? I leave white with the masking fluid, but there are some whisker area, for example, for the cat, or for the eyes that you're not careful in your painting process, become dull, it's not bright enough, then I use this to remove it. Right? And also the brush strokes, when you paint the brush strokes and the two brushes, you don't disturb the surface of the paper that much. So it makes it so easy to lift out the color, lift out the paint when you need to, right? And do not use like bad habit, trying to fill color rather than painting, right? If you feel like you go like this many times, you already damage the surface of paper, go down to the penetrates through the substrate, right? So when you're trying to lift it, it won't, right? So by developing a good brush stroke, you confidently go boop, 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 right? It looks good and it's thin and it's easy on a substrate. Any other questions?
What size brush do you use?
I go from very, very small size to a big size. My big size like this, my big size like this. And actually I already packed certain black size and I use this. Now, I don't use expensive brush because expensive brush to me is too perfect, right? Because you see my art, I don't have sharp line because in a portraiture art, sharp line happen only when what? Let's see, if I fold the paper, I get sharp line. But in portraiture, everything is meat, human, it's cylinder. We just talked about cylinder, it wrap around. So how could it be having sharp lines, right? And also in science, lights hit an object and reflect it back. So really, you don't have anything sharp. It just, you know, if you put under microscope, right?
Great. So Luann, that's all we have time for today for your session. Thank you so much. That was amazing.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Really enjoyed the engineering perspective.
So next we have Cynthia Cabrera. I'm just going to change that here. There we go. Hi, Cynthia. Oh, I think you're muted there. I can try and unmute you here. Oh, there we go.
Here I am. Perfect. Hi everybody. It's great to be here with you. My name is Cynthia. I was an interior designer in a past life. So when I came to, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, perfect. Sorry. So when I came to fine art from an interior design perspective, I thought I knew color. So I was pretty good at seeing color, and I had a very good idea of what I wanted, what I needed, but I didn't know how to get there. Because in my past job, someone else would mix the paint for me, but I wasn't being very effective. So it took definitely a learning curve to get there. So now I want to talk to you about how to select pigments and curate a personal color palette. And let me open up this PowerPoint just so that I don't forget some things I want to say. Okay, perfect. So how do we select between brands, and how do we know how many colors are too many colors? Sometimes they just sit unused in the bottom of the drawer. So we know how important color is. We can use it as a language in art. We can create a mood or communicate, provoke an emotion. And a certain color, sometimes it reminds us of certain artists. Sometimes we just see the palette and we know what artists we're talking about. And I just want to show you some images of artists. Feel free to unmute if you want to participate, and don't look at the small details, just look at the color in general to see if you can identify which artists I'm presenting. Are you ready? So right away you see it, and you probably can identify right away. This is Sandra Wyatt's, and I want to show you more contemporary artists. All of them, the reason I wanted to show you newer artists as well is because, well, we have more options for pigments now. So let's see if you can identify right away who the artist is and just see the color in general. Sometimes we'll find that artists have a very particular mood or a very particular palette. We tend to use the same colors or the same color combos. This is the beautiful work of Andrew Robinson, and it just gives you a different mood, right? It communicates something very different. Here we have Ali Kavanagh. We see the turquoises and very, very light oranges as well. And Kerry Waller. And see, I don't know if it's very evident at first. It gets my attention how each artist will use color in a different way. Here we have Dylan Scott Pierce. I don't know if just beautiful muted grays and lots of neutrals with pops of very soft color. And here we have the work of Dean Mitchell. And of course, these are just like screenshots from the internet. And if you don't really look at the details, you can get a sense of what the artist is a certain mood, a certain language each artist has. And sometimes we know what we like, we know what we want to say, what we want to communicate, but we just don't know how to get there. And that was the problem I was having when I just started painting. I knew how to identify color. And sometimes intuitively I would mix my color and have luck, but I didn't know my pigments that well. So I'm always researching about it. I have a lot of information I would like to share with you. And if I'm missing anything, or you would like to add anything to the conversation, or you have any questions, I don't know if I'll have time to answer them all, but feel free to just write a message, or you can always send me a DM on Instagram or an email, and I'll be happy to continue this conversation, or just keep talking about my favorite subject, which is art and all things related to watercolor. So we just sometimes we need to come from a place of, for this talk, I'm just going to go from the perspective of, we already know what we want to say, and we just need to know how. Of course, we don't always know what's our styles. That could be an entire complete conversation just to talk about what is our style and how to get there, and some exercises to see ourselves with honesty and identify what we like, because we need to remember that our style is always like the point where what we like and who we are meet. And that little space in the middle, that's our art style. And we want to have all the tools at our disposal and know our pigments in our palette so well that we know exactly how to get there. So the result is not chance, is not coincidence, that we know exactly how to get there. And how do we do that? Sometimes it can be overwhelming. I would just, every time I go to the art store, there's so much going on, right? Like it's almost impossible to go out empty-handed. There's so many options. And I don't know if most artists I know that we just love buying art supplies and we love buying color, but most of the colors we end up just going back to the same ones. We don't always use all the ones that we purchase, and sometimes they don't mix well with what we already have. So I would like to talk about like two things. The first one is how to select our colors based on the best physical attributes. And the second one is how to curate our palettes. Like we already have a bunch of paint. How do we curate it in a way that represents who we are and the message we want to express with our art. That is going to be a little bit different for each painting, but in general, there's always a certain language, a certain mood, right? So how do we do that? So one of the main complication of selecting a very harmonious color palette is that the pigment behavior, it varies a lot between brands, because brands purchase their pigment of different qualities, and also the background composition of the paint itself is different. So even if we buy Indian yellow from one brand and Indian yellow from another brand, it's gonna look and behave different. So we cannot just go by the marketing name. We have to select our paints based on the pigment and based on the brand as well. And take into consideration that sometimes brands will change the formulations. So how is a palette built? Like most of us know that usually our color palette is gonna be one warm yellow, a cool yellow, warm red, a cool red, warm blue, and a cool blue, and some earth tones just to make our mixing game a little bit easier. That's kind of the general rule. And of course, warm and cool are very subjective, right? So we could definitely have countless variations of these warm, cool situation. However, choosing pigments based only on their color would be like, I read somewhere that it would be like choosing a flower just based on their color. There is so many other attributes that we need to consider other than just the color. So what are these attributes? They are color appearance, they are the particle size, light fastness, the tinting strength, refractive index, and specific gravity. Some of them I will talk a bit more about, and some of them just go really fast. And I also would like to talk a little bit about toxicity if we have time. So these are the three visual color making attributes that make the appearance of color. Hue, lightness, and chroma, right? The hue is the spectrum name of the color, which would be like red, orange, yellow, blue, green, etc. And the lightness would be the value comparing the color to pure white. Of course, to change the lightness of our color, we all know in watercolor, you just need to add water. And the white is the paper. And for chroma, the saturation or the intensity in comparison of the color in comparison to a colorless gray of the same value, of the same lightness. So, so about the chroma, that's one of the points I would like to talk more about it. Changing the lightness of the color is very intuitive, especially in watercolor, but changing the chroma sometimes is what causes a little bit of trouble. But why would we want to lower the chroma over pigment? There's a few reasons. One of them can help us achieve the notion, the perception of distance. Like the further away the objects are, the more desaturated or less chroma they're gonna have, and the closer they are, the more chroma. Two, it can help us achieve a more realistic color. The colors in reality, they are usually very low in chroma. Even if we look at like really intense fabric, like the color of the fabric, is usually the chroma is not as high as the pigment directly from the tube. Like if we take the pigment and we put it on top of the object, the chroma is always higher in the pigment. Usually, so we need, like if we want to achieve a more realistic painting, one of the ways would be to lower the chroma. And another reason is because it can really help us achieve more colorful paintings. Why is that? Because the pure color will really stand out when we have really beautiful neutrals surrounding it. And I think I have this slide, well, this one right here, Like we have an example of two paintings. One of them is really, really high chroma, and the other one is mixing more beautiful neutrals in it. And this is one of the reasons I mean, of course, this term is very subjective as well, and it's a matter of taste. But sometimes we can notice when we just start painting, we see that we use a lot of colors right straight from the tube. And then we can see the painting, and then we look and say, oh yeah, that's ultramarine blue. I can see canyon yellow. And you can point out and see the names of the colors, right? So when we really learn to mix the right neutrals without making mud, and the right neutral with the right pop of color that you're using, then the pop of color is really going to stand out, and your eyes will have a place to rest. Sometimes what we do is that if we saturate everything, then our eyes still have a place to relax. So if we want to do a more pleasant painting, really controlling the chroma of our colors is going to make a huge difference. And then I have this chart right here of how we can modify our pigments. To change the value, we just add more water, we know that, and to change the chroma, how do we do that? There's two ways. The easiest and probably most effective one is just to add gray. Just the correct gray is going to make a huge difference between, like, to lower the chroma. I believe neutral tint from Winsor & Newton is a really popular choice to do that, to lower the chroma of colors. But that's not the method that I use. The other method to do this is to utilize complementary colors. So if you have exactly the opposite color from the color wheel and you mix them together, it's going to give you the most beautiful gray. Of course, this takes a lot of trial and error and a lot of experimentation. But if we have, let me show you right here, if we mix the right color, like these are the two colors, and then we mix them together, we can have the most beautiful grays. And you wouldn't believe, like if you look at my paintings, you probably wouldn't notice how many colors I actually use. Because like all these grays, I don't know if you can see them in the color, but all these colors, sorry, there you go. All these grays are mixed from like really, really colorful paints. So if you have just the right color, you can create the most beautiful neutral that is going to complement your painting perfectly. Now, another painting attribute other than color appearance is particle size. Just this little video to help me remember what I want to say. Particle size is very close to paint transparency and dispersibility and the activity wet and wet. Depends on the pigment is how it's going to behave. Usually pigments with a very small particle are higher in tinting strength. They are more transparent, more staining, but they're also weakly colored and less light fast. However, the particle size is not a simple attribute. Definitely because most particles, when they are floating in water, they tend to clump into larger chunks. So for example, let me explain. For example, I love to use ultramarine blue when I'm painting skin tone.
Quelle heure est-ce qu'il est? 7h20 déjà. On va manger.
However, I know that the ultramarine blue will granulate a lot if I use a lot of water. So if I'm painting skin, I know I have to use a drier mix. But sometimes I take full advantage of that effect. Like if I wanted to granulate, you can see in that little painting right there. When mixed with the burnt sienna, it granulates a lot. So I use a very heavy wash in order to get more granulation, because then those small particles are going to clump together and it's going to give me more texture. So I usually work on hot press paper, which makes the texture even more apparent. So I like to play with it because I like my skin to be completely smooth. I don't like to see the texture of the cold press. So I want the skin to completely smooth, but then I want to play with texture in the rest of the painting. So I play with granulation, dry brush, and other effects as well. And then particle size, light fastness. So light fastness, well, we know that it depends on the pigment size and the chemical structure. It's just the ability of the pigment to remain unchanged under prolonged light exposure. So we know that some pigments will fade completely, while others will yellow a little bit, or they will darken. So we need to know our pigments really well. There's some pigments that I completely banned from my palettes. Like I don't use like alizarin crimson anymore, or rose madder, or aureolin. Even Antwerp blue, which I used to love, it's only PV27. It's iron blue, but they add additives to it, so it's less light fast. So we don't necessarily need to ban or less light fast pigments from our palette. Depends on the kind of work that we're doing. Like if we're doing illustration, or we are scanning or painting or creating prints, maybe we care more about the digital version of our art and not so much about the original. But if we're selling our originals, I think it's very important that we know our pigments and we're using the right ones. Why is that? Well, it's very important because if we are using pigments that are not going to remain unchanged, it depresses the confidence about watercolor in general. What I mean by that is it just poisons the market confidence in watercolors and reinforces the belief among the collectors and informed buyers. It just reinforces that belief that watercolors fade. And I think if we we use those pigments, we just hurt in general the perception of people towards watercolor. So I will be very careful and making sure that we are clear about the materials that we're using, especially if we're selling our originals. And also I think regarding this matter, it also matters technique, right? The way that we're painting. If, for example, if we're using salt in our paintings, it will deteriorate the material eventually. Or if we are adding organic materials to our collages, like plants or coffee. I don't know, I've seen people painting with coffee or with wine, which is really fun to do, and it can be a good exercise. However, those materials are not, they're not gonna last. And the tinting strength. What is tinting strength? Is just the pigment, is the colorant power of the pigment in relation to its mass. So basically it's how much paint we need. Which pigment is gonna overpower the other ones? Especially useful if we're doing, I don't know, if we're doing a mix like this, if we're mixing these two colors. And we need to know which one is gonna overpower the other one. How many of us have had the experience of just selecting a color for a wall and we're mixing a color and we end up having to add 5 times more white because it just didn't turn out the way that we wanted? It's because some pigments overpower others, like they just have more power. That's why some artists call it mixing strength instead of tinting strength. And of course, we shouldn't confuse that with the paint staining or resistance to lifting. That's a little bit different because the resistance to lifting, it has a lot to do with the material we're using as well, with the paper, the kind of sizing, and as much as the paint itself. What else do we have here? Refractive index. Well, this is that basically the transparency of the pigment after it has dried in the paper, and of course affects the hiding power of the pigment. Typically, the most transparent colors are the ones with smallest particle size and very high tinting strength. The reason why is because the particles can spread in the paper and still provide intense color. So the opaque pigments have usually really large particles and they're very dull in color, which means that the pigment should be compensated, like the amount of pigment has to be increased in order to achieve the desired result. So in short, transparency has to do, it occurs not through the pigment particles, but like in between the pigment particles. And almost every color can appear transparent when it's applied in tints. Now the specific gravity, this one just talks about how heavy the particles are when suspended in water. And I mean, it's just important to know, or specific pigments, how they behave. For example, very randomly, I will use cerulean blue, which has really large particles and can create beautiful effects, like if you want the texture, but sometimes you just want less texture, depends what you're painting. So what I'll do is that I will decant my paint. So what it means, like I do a mix in my little decanter and I wait for the heavy particles to sit on the bottom of the container. And then I just paint with the rest. And then what else do we have? Oh, other things to consider. The surface that we're painting on is really important. Depends, this is gonna affect how the color looks as well. For example, if we are painting on watercolor ground, or we're using aqua board, or Yupo paper, because the pigment sits right on top, the colors are going to appear way brighter. And if we are using hot press paper, also because the way the light reflects, is also going to appear a little bit brighter than, for example, cold press paper. Also technique, like watercolor pouring will result in really vibrant colors. The least amount of handling you do with the painting, the more brighter the colors will look. The reason is because the more we touch the paper with our brush, we keep pushing the pigment down deep into the paper. And then some of the fibers of the paper will start to come out to the surface a little bit. That's what makes it dull sometimes, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just, I think it's a matter of taste as well. And then what do we do if we already have a bunch of pigments, like a drawer full of colors? How do we start? How do we create it? How do we make, how do we really choose the ones that we really need? So I would start with what we have. Definitely take the ones that you use the most. We all have like a few tubes of paint that we use the most, and we have the ones that we really like. And then what I would do, I would research those pigments characteristics and do my own tests. Like there is lots of information online on how to do your own test. For permanence, for pigmentation, for handling attributes, we love to do swatches. So take those main pigments, the ones that you always use, and do the test. And then what I did with my pigments when I was getting started is that I labeled them. Like, I don't know if you can really see the label right there. I did tiny, tiny writing with just like a micron pen. And I wrote down the names of the pigments. And then, like, for example, this one right here is phthalo green, is transparent, it's heavily staining, is dark valued, moderately dull, high tinting strength. Like this one, you just need a little bit and it goes a long way. And I just wrote down mixed moody blues with violet, and complements are these colors right here, the PR 127 and 206. So I did the same with each one of my pigments. Why? Because I don't know, when you're starting out and you are eliminating the guessing game. You take your color, you're looking for the complement. It can help a lot. I was recently painting just like a small trompe-l'oeil of like a little candy. And my green shadow accidentally started, the green started going into the shadow. So what I did is I just took my complementary color and I went into the shadow and corrected that. with the complement, so it turned into gray. So if we really know our palette, we can definitely prevent a lot of accidents and we can correct things. So if we label colors and then we find the perfect mixing complement. Maybe you don't want to work like that and you just prefer to use suitable gray to lower the chroma of your colors, but do your test. Use all your colors in different values and then mix them with the grays. And if you want to research the complements, I think that's the best way to work. It just creates the most beautiful and more complete palette. And then the last thing I would do is just research suitable replacements. What I mean by that, they might be a better pigment in the market whose characteristics suit what you want to do. Oh, for example, let's say that you want to create a chromatic black. So Daniel Smith's earth tones are way darker than the ones from Winsor & Newton, for example. So you may want to switch to that brand in the future just so that you can create a richer black. Depends on what you want to do. I have an ongoing list of things that I want to buy or I want to replace. Of course, we all have those colors we rarely use. I do recommend trying to use them up and just have a list. Like this color, I'm just gonna replace it with this specific pigment, and just start from there. Like I have an ongoing list, and especially because there's some complements from the colors I exist in. Like right now, I own some colors that I want to buy the complement from that color. So I keep adding to my list and researching. There's some, for example, some exceptions. I have colors that look very similar, but one of them is very opaque. So I like to create certain effects with it. So sometimes you can justify having very similar colors if they're going to behave very differently. And well, I hope I didn't bore you with so much technical information, but if there's anything you would like to add, if you have any questions, if I don't have the answer right away, I'll definitely research and get back to you, and with some answers, and we can continue the conversation. So does anyone have any questions, anything they would like to add? Am I missing anything? Well,
I was wondering what yellows you use, because I use the Orlin yellow, and you said that it fades, and so I'm looking for a replacement for that.
Oh, I have actually. Funny fact, I actually don't use yellow in my palette. I don't know if you've seen my artwork, but what I've been using as a yellow is raw sienna, which is really, really dull. However, I started a new series lately, which is more about exploring nostalgia, and I introduced yellow for the first time. So I have gamboge, I have a few. I have cadmium yellow. I have gamboge, this one is practically new. I just started introducing for this new series, and I have lemon yellow, which is PY 175, and it's a bright addition to my current palette because, as I told you, I usually prefer a really dull yellow, so it's raw sienna really. It's not yellow.
And what brands are those?
This one, the Winsor Lemon, is Winsor & Newton. That's the one that I added. It's really, really bright. It's very clean. And it doesn't have a perfect mixing complement. This one doesn't. I use dioxazine purple to dull, I was painting a little study of some lemons. And I use this, and I use a touch of the raw sienna as well, mixed up, and I was complementing it with which is Winsor Violet, the dioxazine purple, I believe. Yeah, and gamboge, this one is from M. Graham, and it's PO 62 plus PY 151. I always look at the number because you never know, right? That depends on the brand. They use different pigments. So I like to be very specific. Did I answer the question?
Thank you.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
Anyone else has any questions or anything they would like to add?
There's a question in the chat from Irina.
Oh, how do I look at that? Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I haven't used Zoom in a while.
Okay, I'm watching for you, so it's no worries. Irina was asking how many paints you have in your main palette.
In my main palette, oh, I have a lot actually. You wouldn't know because, like I said, I mix them up and I create a lot of neutrals with them. But I can mention the colors I use the most if that would be helpful. Yeah, okay, I use a lot of iron blue. That's probably one of my favorite colors, which is PR27, I believe. I use burnt sienna, raw sienna. Those are like my favorites. They're both from Winsor & Newton. I use French ultramarine blue. I prefer it to ultramarine blue. Just complements the earth tones a little bit better with a touch of violet. I have Van Dyke brown just for convenience, just because it's easy. I don't have to mix so much. I have, let me just bring the drawer and share with you. I have Permanent Rose, which is PB19. And I use this one to replace all the other, like Rose Madder that is fugitive. This one is not. So it's my rose that I use basically. It's Permanent Rose, PB19. I have Tallow Green, Pearland Maroon. This one with the sienna and with the Permanent Rose are really good warm mixes because I don't use alizarin crimson anymore. So with these ones, you can do a lot of variety and have different reds and pinks. Like it's just a really good combination. And I also really like Brown Madder. I seem to use, it's PR206, and I use that a lot for skin tones. Even though it's just really interesting how you can, the amount of colors that you can use for skin is just amazing, right? Like you just basically, you just need a warm yellow and a warm, a cool red and a warm blue, and that's it. And then you have a skin tone, but there's so many variations. That will be another interesting talk. And I, of course, I have also cobalt blue, which I use sometimes. I really like it, and I like it that it's opaque and it just kind of sits on top. So it depends on the effect you want to create. It's a really good pigment. Sometimes I use graphite gray. Like a lot of my work, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but I do a lot of, sometimes I paint paper, a lot of paper, and I do writing on the paper. Like the writing is not pencil, it's watercolor, but I use graphite gray from Daniel Smith. That gives you the same effect as graphite. So you could, and some of the paintings that I do with these pigments specifically, because it has even the sheen of the graphite, it almost looks like it's a pencil sketch, which I don't know if it's good or not. But I like it. It's a good pigment. And I also have raw umber, nice, which is a beautiful complement for many blues. Like it looks beautiful with blue. Yeah, and those are the main ones. I also have greens, but I use them very, very randomly, very rarely. Like sap green, I have sap green that I use sometimes. And the brand is Winsor & Newton. And those are my favorites. Oh, that's not true. I'm forgetting a really important one. I am forgetting that I use a lot of Payne's Gray. Payne's Gray, I think that's, however, I must say my Payne's Gray is not really it's an old version of Payne's Gray, which I believe is the same as neutral tint. It has the same pigments. So that's why we always have to look at the pigments, because the commercial name really doesn't say much. Where is it? Payne's Gray, and it's an old Winsor & Newton, which is the same formulation as neutral tint. This is the one I have. I have a lot of old colors. So, is there anything else you would like to talk about, or any other questions?
I think only Roberta asked that she missed the first color you mentioned in your palette. I don't know if you if you remember what that would be.
Oh, probably iron. I'm sure the first one that I mentioned was iron blue. It's Prussian blue right here. Of course, the commercial name says nothing, right? Because it's the same one as Antwerp blue, which I used to love until I found out that it's not very permanent. They just add something to it. But it's PB27. And this one complements Venetian red really beautifully. I still need to get Venetian red. I don't have it in my palette yet. But there's a few colors that it complements really beautifully.
Cynthia?
I recommend it. And it's not toxic, which is something I wanted to touch base on that. I feel like there's not a lot of information out there about toxicity in paint. And sadly, I found that there is, I just need more information. I know that some colors that can contain manganese, chromium, cobalt, those ones can produce a high amount of toxic waste in the way that they are made. However, there's no transparency when it comes to how the colors are manufactured because the brands don't tell you where they get their pigments. So there is no way for us to know like how, if they were created in an ethical way, which I think we should definitely demand that information. And about the toxicity, when we are handling the paint, some colors are toxic when you inhale them. So if you are preparing your own watercolors and you're handling the pigment itself, you should definitely wear a mask, be careful so that you're not inhaling the powder. And also if you are spraying the watercolor, which I don't think most of us just use a brush, and a few pigments also like the cadmiums and all that, they shouldn't be touched. So if like just being careful. I have to be careful because I often squish my brush with my fingers when I'm painting. I do it instinctively just to get rid of some of the water. So I need to really stop doing that. And some artists even wear gloves just to protect their hands from their pigments. But yeah, that's all I wanted to mention in regards to toxicity.
Now there is one other question. Roberta was asking, do you have a favorite black mix?
Oh, you know what? I really like the way Van Dyke Brown looks with ultramarine blue or with Payne's gray. That gives you like a really moody black. Another good mix is the Pearland Maroon with Tallow Green. It's not quite black, but it's really, really dark and beautiful. And you can, of course, when you're using complements, you can vary the mix so that it's a little bit warm or a little bit cool. And you could create a beautiful painting just with two colors. It just has this, it's not really monochromatic, but it has that effect. And you can really make the shapes recede using the cooler mix and come forward using the warmer mix, which creates a really beautiful effect as well. Yeah, this one, I actually have it right here, the Van Dyke Brown with this one. This one is the gray, like the gray, but if you use it really saturated with less water, of course, it gets really dark. I actually had banned black from my palette for a long time, and I recently started using ivory black. It's just very convenient, and you know, I like the effects that it gives as well. So I'm not against using black, but it's interesting mixing your own blacks as well. And this one is with Payne's gray. You can see it right there. Just really beautiful, and in a tint. Has a little bit of granulation. Almost all blues granulate. Sometimes you need to be aware of that, right? Especially if you like using blues in skin tones and you don't want that effect. It's good to know your pigments. Yeah. Anything else?
Cynthia, have you ever used Memory Blue? I'm sorry I came in late, so I didn't know.
No problem. Sorry, what's your question again?
Have you ever used Memory Blue?
Memory Blue
colors?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I haven't. What's your experience with them? Do you like them?
I love them. I find that most of the colors are more bright than okay. What you find in most of the other brands. It's an Italian brand.
I'm gonna write it down just to do some research about it.
And
it's always good to know.
Most of them are single pigment colors.
Memory, you said it's called Memory?
It's MAIMERIBLU.
Okay. Okay.
I put a chat question to you, so you will see it there.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, I would love to try. It's always good. The thing I'm working on right now is to learn how to do my own tests for light fastness. And well, I do some tests, but mostly about handling and mixing. Those are the tests I do right now. But I think it's very important to know how to test for light fastness as well, and other kinds of tests, because sadly, with all the research I've done, I've noticed that the information that the manufacturers give you is not 100% reliable, sadly. So it's always better to do research in other websites, right? Like outside of the brand's website, just do tons of research outside and also do your own tests, because that's the only way to really know.
Have you exchanged thoughts with Jane Blundell from Australia?
Oh, I would love to. I would love to. Yeah. She's wonderful.
Yeah, she responds to emails quite easily.
Oh, really?
So that's another really good researcher that.
Absolutely. Like, she has wonderful website. I love her website.
Yeah. And on all the different brands.
Absolutely. Another great resource. What's his name? Jens McKay. I'm gonna butcher his name. But his website is called Handprint. You probably know it very well. It's probably the most extensive research about everything watercolor. I use a lot of information there as well. And yeah, because even literature, sometimes they recommend you colors that are not permanent. So, I mean, we have to do our own research, right? Unfortunately.
Okay, so that's sort of all the time that we have.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. That was very
no problem. And feel free to reach out. I'm on Instagram, or look at my website. There's my email. I would love to hear from you and continue the conversation.
And Roberta did have a question for you. Maybe you want to connect with her because we just don't have time to address it. But yeah, she'll connect with her and she'll tell you the question.
Yeah, if you could, you can even type if you're on socials or just an email, just type your email and I'll get to you. I'll get back to you.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, so next we have Roberta. So I'm just going to switch that over. Just give me one moment.
Thank you, Renee, and welcome everyone. And thank you so much, Cynthia, for all your talk about color. You could, like, a person could talk about color for years. It's just amazing. Anyway, I am going to talk to you today about plein air painting, because actually when Renee and Ian reached out about doing presentations, I said, well, very humbly, there are just so many phenomenal watercolor painters in this group that I'm like, well, my skill level is not as good, and my experience isn't as broad as many of you. But what I do a lot of is I do a lot of plein air painting. So I thought I could talk about that, and Renee thought that, and Ian thought that might not be a bad idea. So here we go. So what I did is I actually did prepare a little slide presentation for you, which I should have had up and ready, and I don't. So while I'm getting that up and ready, I will tell you that I live in Saskatchewan. I live in the northeast part of Saskatchewan, and what you might typically think of as Saskatchewan, because if you go through a #1 highway, you go through the Palliser Triangle, which is our grain land, and it's flat and expansive, and that is not what it is like here. We are in the boreal forest. I'm along the Saskatchewan River, So if you know a little bit about, sorry, I'm looking for stuff and it's not showing up here. If you know a little bit about the geography, you know that the Saskatchewan has the North Saskatchewan and the South Saskatchewan, and they converge to become the Saskatchewan River. So where I live is right along the Saskatchewan River, near Tobin Lake Resort. If you're a fisher person, you probably know where Tobin Lake is because the fishing is quite good there. World-class fishing. So, but it's boreal. Okay, so a lot of pine forest, some mixed pine and spruce, and lots of birch and poplar, of course. But anyway, I get together with a couple of other ladies, and one of them is here. That's Anne, who's helping me out with the questions today. And I'm actually going to close my chat and let her look after that, because then I won't be distracted by it. And we just go adventuring. We go plein air adventuring, and we have been around all around Saskatchewan, and had actually planned a trip to Newfoundland just when the pandemic hit, and ended up having to cancel our trip. So that was really disappointing. So if there's anyone here from Newfoundland, you know, we can touch base later. Anyway, so what I had done for you was I just talked a little bit about supplies, and had some photos for you. And I am not finding them, so I'm just gonna, sorry, this is just, there we go. Oops, I found it. It's Murphy's Law, right? Ian's nodding. He knows about Murphy's Law. All right, while that opens, here we go. So you're gonna see my screen, and right away you might see some things that are my background while we're waiting for this to open. There we go. Are you seeing my screen yet?
Nope, not
Nope.
yet.
Not yet.
Okay. And I'm actually not going to put this on play, because I lose my mouse when I put it on play. Does anybody else here use a Mac? When I use Zoom and use the screen share, I lose my mouse. And then, like, I don't know what to do without my mouse. There maybe is something you can do. But let's try this again. There we go.
It's working.
There we go. Are you seeing it now?
Yep.
All right. I might be able to just do this. There we go. Let's do it that way. Okay, so we are going to talk about plein air painting. Now, so the thing is that I really like getting out in nature, because I feel like when I'm painting, from what I'm actually seeing, I don't know, there's just a difference to it. I'm starting to get, so I don't even like using photos at all. I'm getting really so that I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to be close. And I'm sure it has to do with your perception, and also with the fact that photos do really weird things with values and colors and things. So plein air maybe has some different meanings to different people. The way I interpret it is being actually on location and painting there. But the painting that I do there might be a sketch, or it might be just a small painting that might later get developed into a larger painting in the studio. And I still consider that plein air. If it's done from a plein air sketch and it's redone in the studio, I would still consider that plein air. And I know that there are different interpretations around. I also sometimes talk about things being inspired by plein air. So for example, Anne and Arda and I, who are the three ladies that go together a lot going painting, went to Mississippi, and we did some on location painting there. But the other thing we did was we just did a lot of exploring and taking pictures with our cameras, good photos. And then during the winter, then we got together and we started to develop some of those photos. So those I would call kind of inspired by plein air. I also count it as plein air if I'm sitting in my vehicle painting, because we live in Saskatchewan. We've just come through a whole stretch of -30 and lower degrees centigrade temperatures. It gets really cold here. There are some people that do plein air painting in the winter outside and use alcohol as a water source, a liquid source for their watercolors. I have not tried that, but it's on my list. I definitely will be trying that. So I think I mentioned this a little bit. I love the connection with nature, painting from real life. I also get some exercise. I like to just throw my backpack on. If I go for a walk, I throw my backpack on and away I go. And we have a lot of adventures. We go places that we wouldn't normally go, and we go because we go with the purpose of painting. Anybody that goes on a trip with me knows that they are going to have to be patient. I took a trip to Thunder Bay this summer. My good friend came with me, and she just brings her camera. She likes to do photography. And so she was able to do photography while I was painting. And I do like to have someone with me. I don't like being approached by other people when I'm out painting. And I know some plein air painters do, they don't mind. I don't really care for that. So I like the privacy. But if I have someone else with me, I feel more relaxed. And also, there's the bear thing. So, I usually have bear spray with me, and have not had an encounter, but I always am just a little worried about who's coming visiting with, downwind or something. So anyway, I do kind of worry about animals too. So there are some challenges with plein air. I love putting this picture up because this picture was a total accident, but I love it. What it was it was cool and my paint was not drying, but I wasn't stopping. Even though my paint wasn't drying, I was still putting paint in. And so when I went to put some yellow in the background, it bled all in to my blue water there. And you know what? I just love this painting. It's because it shows the watercolor. And whenever I can get that, the watercolor to show it doing its thing, I always say that's the magic, right? When the magic happens. But I love this one. So the very first picture I showed you there was 2017. That would have been some of the very first plein air painting I did. And that was why I put that picture in. But with being in plein air, there are a lot of things you're going to deal with. And the biggest one that plein air painters struggle with is changing light. And we had this experience. We went to a beautiful place called the Gem Lakes, which are some glacial lakes in northern Saskatchewan. Great hiking. I tell my friends it was all uphill because it was only 3.3 kilometers around the loop, but it was a big climb for me. Anyway, but we started painting the lake and there was no reflection. And as we were continuing our painting, all of a sudden there was reflection on the water. So the Jade Lake itself is that beautiful teal color like you see in BC and Alberta in those beautiful lakes. This one is that beautiful jade color. And we lost the jade color when the light changed and then we had reflection instead. So that's something that talking to other plein air artists, and I listen to a ton of plein air podcasts, or not just plein air, but painting podcasts. I don't know if any of you do, but they're fantastic. But one of the things that I hear over and over and over again is to do that quick sketch first and get your light marked in. And unfortunately, I'm still the one who has to dip into my paint right away. And so I should be learning my lesson from that and need to practice doing those value sketches first and marking down those light sources and the light and shadow right away, so that when the light does change, then, you know, I'm ready for it. Also, we have had, and I didn't put it on here, but we also had some rain. And so of course, rain on watercolor is not really a good thing. But I was painting some water lilies and got rain spots on it. And it was okay. It was only in my sketchbook, so I wasn't too concerned about it, but it did leave little water spots all over. Changing humidity conditions like this one here, where, you know, as it got cooler at night or toward evening, the paint wasn't drying. So some days your paint dries so fast that you can't keep a puddle on your palette. We went out in some plus 32 degrees weather, and the paint puddles would dry up before you could dip into them again. It was just really, really, really dry and hot. Wind, you might need a stone bag to help hold things down and make sure you've got some way to secure things. At one point we did go on a very windy day and ended up just sheltering on the side of my CRV so that our stuff didn't blow all over. Bugs, of course, are an issue, and that can be mosquitoes or flies, or we have sometimes here sand flies, which are really annoying and get in your face. Time is always a thing, because we like to travel to do plein air painting. So if we drive for 2 hours, you know, and then paint, and then we still have a 2-hour drive home, you know, we end up painting in the middle of the day. So sometimes it's nice to plan, you know, multi-day trips so that you can be up in the morning and get that beautiful morning light, or paint a little later in the evening so you can get that beautiful evening light. I talked about audience. Some people like and don't mind having an audience. They talk about plein air paint outs where people will actually come up and, you know, offer to buy your painting from you. A lot of those plein air events, people actually sell their paintings right off their easels. I've only had that happen to me once, where someone came up to me and offered to buy my painting, but I wasn't done with it. And I'm funny with, I don't know how many of you here treat your paintings like your children, but honestly, like, it's really hard when you like one to part with it. And so that kind of happens too, where I'm like, I don't think I'm ready to sell this yet. So that could be a thing. Safety, I talked about a little bit, you know, making sure that people know where you are. You know, in our area here, it's not too difficult to get out of cell range. If I'm going to be out of cell range, I always text my hubby first and just say, okay, just, you know, heading up this way, so you know where I am. So making sure you have that. And, you know, we've done some pretty interesting adventures, going to some pretty interesting places, and just keeping going onto roads that we didn't know what was at the end, and that sort of thing. But it's fine when you're with someone else, but by yourself, that could be a little scary. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about supplies and setup. The equipment, make sure you take water to drink. That's a safety thing. And to paint, because you're not always where you can get some water. If I am painting something that is water, like if I'm painting at a lake, I take the water from that lake to use it. And I'm always very interested in the minerals and things in the lake, and how that might in time maybe affect the color of the painting. As you were saying, Cynthia, there may be some interesting sort of chemical things going on there. And it's really fun to do that. And I love that my paintings, if it's of a lake, it's with that lake water or a river, that kind of thing. So we take insect spray, bear spray, a backpack. It's important to have a good one. I'm going to show that to you shortly. We usually take a bag lunch, because we don't want to waste any time in a restaurant waiting to be served, waiting to, you know, just the time it takes to go to a restaurant. So we usually take a bag lunch. I have an assortment of clips, cords, bungee cords, S-hooks, those kinds of things. Sometimes I'm hanging my supplies up on a tree, you know, or you just never know how you're going to have to attach things. So I keep those in there. You should have a good map. You know, we have there's something that's called, I think it's called a back road atlas. And it's really cool because it shows where all the waterfalls are. It shows hiking routes, all kinds of things. And if you look in your if you go to a gas station and look where their maps are, you might find one for your area. They're amazing. They have so much information on them. You know, a compass, if you're going to be going off trail and you know how to use a compass. I wouldn't go off trail. I would stick to the trail. Cameras, we have taken our good 35mm cameras sometimes, and we've gotten some amazing pictures, but more often than not, we're just using our phones. And I've heard some people saying, like, when you are using photos, sometimes it's better to not have a really good photo anyway. You might get a little bit truer colors with your 35mm. One of the things that I've heard a lot of people say, and I've actually tried this too, is to, instead of taking a still photo, take a video. Especially like we were visiting some waterfalls, and when you do a video, you get all that sound in there. That's so cool. And that can just put you back in that space if you are back in the studio and looking to paint something in the studio from a trip that you had. So you can actually kind of get some of that ambience or that feeling back. For clothing, this is me. It's a terrible picture of me, but Anne is our handy photographer. But this day, this was down in the Big Muddy, which is a badlands in southern Saskatchewan. And it was, I think it was close to 40 that day. And if you could zoom in on my feet, you'd see that they were just puffy and red. I was just hot. But what we have determined is that a white shirt works really well because the bugs are not as attracted to the white as they are to dark. It's loose, so it's not sticking to you. This is 100% cotton. I don't care if it gets paint on it. I use the same shirt all the time, and it really helps. It reflects some of the sun. It's just a lot cooler. I usually don't wear as short of pants. This was pretty hot. I usually would have my ankles covered, and we also have wood ticks in our area. So we want to make sure, actually you can end up picking up quite a few wood ticks. So you might even want to tuck your pant legs into your socks or wear some boots that are higher. This is a Tilly hat. I love it because it's got a really good wide brim. It sits down snug on my head. I don't need to worry about it blowing off. And it also has a brim that if it's really hot, I can stick it in the water and the brim gets wet and the condensation can keep you cool. So other than that, these are good, actually fairly good sandals. They're good walking sandals, but wear good footwear, especially if you're going to be walking any distance. So when we're seriously painting, we make sure we have an easel with us, but you don't need to get that involved, and we'll talk more about that. So your painting supplies, you probably have your easel, sketchbook. Some people like to sit, so I have a tripod stool. I usually stand when I'm painting. Your paints, brushes. I use rags rather than paper towels, and that's kind of a good thing sometimes in terms of not polluting if they happen to, paper towels happen to blow away or something. Tape and paper, and we'll look at that a little bit more. We love this picture. This is Anne's easel. Anne's hubby made her easel for her, and she just kind of kept telling him how to adapt it here and there. And we had a blue jay, or a Canada jay visiting us that day. This was at the Gem Lakes. And so that's her setup. This one is Arda's, I believe. Is this Arda's? Yes. And this is a Plein Air Pro, and it's the best picture I had of it. It's not a great picture, but it's available commercially as a whole kit with the backpack and everything. She's not crazy about the backpack with hers, but she loves her easel. And what I've noticed is that she's very, very quick to set up. It sets up very quickly, and it's very light. So mine is actually from Watercolour Online, and I believe Michael is an IWS member. And he's just started selling these, I don't know how long ago, but I got one from him, and I'll show you a little bit more of that later. I did put stone bag on here, even though I don't have it there. If you live in a windy location, you're going to want a stone bag just to hold everything down when it gets windy. And I have used my stone bag when we were down south. So the big things are, making sure it's fairly light and easy to set up. This is one palette that I have, And what I like about this one is it has some good mixing areas, and I put sponges along the edge. I just glued those in with hot glue. Everything's glued in with hot glue here. And because this one, I actually put one of those the rings that you can hold on your finger on the back of it too. So I can just hold that in one hand if I'm not doing the full meal deal with the easel and everything. So I can just hold it in my hand and paint. And you know, what I need is I need another little small thing to put water in. And I wouldn't even have to have a water container. You could just have a little, like a lid even. This is quite small. It's only about, I'm gonna say maybe 6 inches, 5 inches by 6 inches on each side. So not very big. And your palette may be seasonal a bit. So, you know, if my fall colors are just a little different than the colors I use in the summer and the spring. So you may have some differences in your palettes. And also sometimes I worship you, Cynthia, because you have one palette, because I change my palette quite often, and it depends on my kind of my mood and what I'm looking for. This one actually has quite small wells. So if I want to do something a little bigger, those wells are too small for a larger brush. For paper, blocks are lovely. They're like the Cadillac, but they are, number one, expensive. Number two, they are a bit heavy if you're putting a block in your backpack. And also, if you are working on multiple paintings and you've got one on your block, you're not going to want to rip it off the block to do another one. So what I tend to do is just pre-tear some paper and have it in an envelope. And I use Coroplast and masking tape and just tape them on a Coroplast board. That's that corrugated plastic stuff. And they're so light, like the Coroplast boards are not going to add weight to your backpack. So, and they suggest that you keep your paintings small. The people that I listen to on the podcast, anybody I've heard says, when you're doing plein air, keep your paintings small. There are some people that do massive plein air painting, you know, probably more in oils. It seems to be mostly oil and watercolor that are used with plein air, but with watercolor, if you keep them small, you can always develop it into a bigger painting in the studio. So a few tips, and I've mentioned this already, keep your backpack light. I have more than one plein air kit. I have one that's just kind of grab and go. It's like a large purse, and I have everything I need in there. And this, do you guys have this? When you're driving somewhere and you just feel like you've got to stop because it's so beautiful, you just want to take a sketch or something. It's almost hard to drive when you're a watercolor painter because you just see so much beautiful stuff. Anyway, so I hardly ever leave the house without my paints. They are like, if I'm just even going for a trip, we live out in the country. If I'm just going for a trip into town for groceries, I usually throw them in the back because, you know, if I'm not in a big rush, I can pull over to the side of the road and do a little sketch of something that's really cool. And you just, you know, there's those days that there's those gorgeous clouds. You don't want to miss those. And anyway, yeah, it's good to have them with you. Never leave home without your paints. And I mentioned this longer outings if you want to make sure you get the evening light or the morning light. And remember to restock and to put things back in your pack. I had ended up one day, all I had was little tiny sample papers because I forgot to put my paper back in my pack when I was organizing. So I went out to paint and all I had was these tiny pieces of paper. So I ended up with a miniature painting that day. Winter plein air. There's a lady in Montreal. I don't know if she's in our group or not, but I read about her, I think, in the Artist magazine, who does a lot of plein air urban scenes from her vehicle. And what she does is she turns off the vehicle so that it's cold in the vehicle, so she gets that feel of being outdoors, and then she just starts it when it starts to get too cold. We have done plein air in the winter outdoors when it's been mild, so more in the spring, towards spring, when, you know, there's that warmth in the sun and our water did not freeze. And again, you can try using alcohol. I think some people, I don't know if it's like rubbing alcohol or vodka alcohol, but I know some people have used vodka. I have not tried it, so I don't know how it works. Okay, why is my thing not advancing right now? Maybe that's the end. Okay, I do have, that's probably the end of my slide presentation. I'll just take a peek. And I do have a little video. I will just actually minimize this. Oops. There we go. Yeah, that was my last slide. And I should be able to close that. And I think that stopped my screen share, but I do have a little video here, if you just bear with me. Are there any questions while we're waiting for this video to come up?
Suzanne just commented that a rubbing alcohol, so I was just asking her if she's actually used that herself or if that's just what she's heard. But
I haven't used it myself, but I don't know if you've ever heard of Jane Champagne. I used to take classes with her out of Southampton, and she used to go outside all the time in the winter and paint, and that's what she used. So that's what I was told. I prefer to do it through my window, not be outside.
We get that.
Oh, but yeah, well, when it's 30 below, that's what we're stuck with.
That's right.
Okay, I've got my video here, but it's just a little bit. I'm gonna have to make it a little bigger. All right, so this is just a look at my backpack. I weighed it this morning just to see how much it weighs. It was 11 pounds, and I did not have my tripod in it. So we're looking at probably, you know, could be about 15 pounds.
Show you the content.
Sorry, can you hear that? I need to know if you can hear this.
So I take a small container.
Yes,
water.
we can.
If you're going to take drinking water that you can also use to paint with, you might want to use a bigger container. Water is heavy, so I am careful how much I take. And then this little spray bottle, you could use a smaller one. Tape, because I'll show you why in a while. And various clips and things like bungee cords and Velcro strap even. Just because you never know what your circumstance is going to be, where you are, and what you might need to clip on. Okay, various rags. I use rags instead of paper towel, and I think with plein air that's really good because you're not going to be potentially littering anywhere. Okay, this is Vicks. We use Vicks to keep sandflies away. That was a hint we got from some First Nations people that we bumped into one time. This is a water cup that folds right down flat and has a cover too, so that if it's a bit wet inside, you can cover it up, not get water all over your stuff. I always have a few little pieces of just scrap paper for testing colors. I keep a plastic bag in case I need to put anything wet in there. And this plastic bag is actually, like, it's from paper, from indigo paper. And I just, in case it rains and I need to just throw a big plastic over everything. This is just a little sketchbook, kind of sketchbook slash travel book, because I kind of like to date it when I do the sketch and tell where I was. So kind of has a dual purpose. I'm going to skip over this for a minute. This is a bigger palette than I sometimes use. And when I show you my easel, you'll see that if I use this palette, I have to do things different with my water container and that sort of thing. So this is just a little book of paper, smaller one. And this is, I usually just keep my paper like this, torn up pieces. And I take along a couple of Coroplast boards, which I seem to have taken all of them out of my backpack right now. And then you can take a block. Blocks are like the Cadillac, right? But one thing is they're heavy. And the other thing is that if you are doing multiple paintings and one's still wet, you might not want to take it off the block yet. So in a way, I kind of prefer this and a few really lightweight boards. So I'm going to show you this. Pardon me. This is, it's from a company called 31 Gifts, and it's supposed to be for makeup or travel or something. And I have another one that I keep in the studio, and I just put everything in here that I might need to have. I could actually probably just run with this and I'd have everything. I have brushes, I have pencils in there. I think I have liner pens, pencil sharpener, this liquid frisket remover, some rags, a small watercolor paper thing, and then I have a small palette in here. So this is very handy, and I always, like, this is the one piece I can't live without. If I forget that, I'm not going to have the things I need. But it's really handy. This one from 31 Gifts is nice because it actually unsnaps here, and you can hang it from a tree branch or whatever, or I can hang it from an easel, which is what I often do. So everything is right there. All right, so this is the easel that I got from Watercolor Online. And Michael, I believe, is a member of IWS. So it's kind of nice to be able to show his product today. The boards that come with it are twice as big, but he will cut them down for you. There is a place for your water cup, and the water cup comes with it. And like I was saying, if I use a bigger palette, I just clip this on the side instead with a clip. And so there's different ways you can do things. And you know, everybody has their own way that things work for them. But this is nice because it's on a swivel. So this actually, if I loosen this, I can swivel this whichever way I want to have my paper on there. And there's no shelf on this one, which the Plein Air Pro has. But this one comes with this clip. So you can put this clip on to clip your paper on. It also works well to stick your paintbrush in there when you're not using it. And yeah, it has different heights. So I'm fairly short, so this actually is fully extended right now. It would be too tall for me. And this comes on, it's kind of an interesting little attachment here. It's a little, this thing rotates and tightens and loosens to grasp onto the color. Okay, so that is my Plein Air kit. And actually, I usually have also a tripod stool that I can take if I want. But I actually normally stand when I'm painting, so stool is not a big deal for me. When you get your backpack, make sure you get the one with the strap at the bottom that goes around your waist, as well as the one that cinches up on your chest, because it just gives you more support. Try and get some good pockets inside. This one has different little pockets inside. And I weighed it this morning with everything in it, but not, it didn't have the tripod. My tripod was not in there. It was 11 pounds. So you want to try and manage your weight. It doesn't look like a lot of weight, but it really adds up. So you have to kind of see what works for you, see what you absolutely can't live without, and be selective in what you take.
Okay, that is about all I have for you today. So I don't know if you have any questions. Anne is also here, and she's with me a lot of the time, and so she has sometimes different ways she likes to do things, or different things that she, different tips she might have. So please feel free to ask us any questions, and if there's any in the chat, maybe Anne can let me know about those.
I just wanted to say thank you. It was a great presentation. I loved it. And also I feel like I want to try it now. I tried it once just to paint Plein Air, but it was very humid. I like painting really early in the morning. It was extremely humid, and I was getting tons of backwashes. I left my paper and it was wet for hours. And I was like, I don't know how people do this. It's really hard. And I was even considering maybe I need to try other techniques for painting Plein Air. Have you tried any other techniques? that you like for painting plein air, or do you prefer watercolor?
Well, I'm pretty much a purist with watercolor. I am learning oils right now, but I'm not sure how much I'd use them for plein air because I don't know how much I feel like hauling around wet oil paints. But one thing you can do, Cynthia, is have two paintings going at once. And you're using hot press. Maybe you might want to consider, I don't know if hot press, it might actually dry faster. The cold press is not as fast. It soaks in a bit more, but it just, conditions vary. And in Saskatchewan here, we can go right from, like, we are an extreme climate. So the most humid I've painted in, I think is, I'm not even sure. Well, other than evenings here, Mexico, I guess, was fairly humid, but I didn't have a problem with it there. I think it's just experience. Yeah. Does anybody else have any pointers about painting in high humidity?
Sometimes I've tried to paint in Florida, and it's just so humid. It takes like 2 days to dry, so you have to work on several pieces and hope. So it doesn't work as well with plein air. If you're down in the Southwest, it's super dry, and you can barely get the paint on before it's completely dry. I have a tiny little kit here. If you really want to go light, and you just fold it up, and you've got your water, your container. So sometimes I go hiking for several kilometers, and you really want to be light in that case. If you're close to your car, then you can have your easel and all the other equipment that you've mentioned. But sometimes you have to go really, really light.
Yeah, and we do hike a little ways with our backpacks, but again, if they're good and solid, it's not too bad, because I don't find it too bad to carry. But I agree. And there are some people that's all they ever do is have the little tiny palette and the little tiny book, and that's how they do their plein air, and that's fine. It's whatever works for you and whatever you like.
And you asked about other mediums. Pastels work really well plein air, especially soft pastels. 78, some really nice just a very small kit. Keep it less, and you can do some great sketches, and then just tuck it away. And maybe I like to take photos too, and then maybe work it up later into a watercolor or whatever you want.
Cool.
I have a question.
Good, thank you.
Do you ever have trouble with changing light?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's my biggest issue with plein air.
It's huge, and that's what the people I listen to say. Get that sketch down when you get there. Like, do a really quick sketch and put in your light source, put in your light and shadow right away in a value painting, and then you can focus on the shapes and things in front of you, and then as you start adding your shadows and things in, you'll have a guide. But yeah, we definitely have noticed that, and it's something that I'm still learning to deal with. But that's the biggest challenge, I think, for plein air painters. And also, like, we have a lot of cloudy days here, and I like to go on those days when we have nice light and good shadows and things. But so some days you almost have no shadows, and it's different. It affects the whole mood of the painting.
Yeah.
Someone was asking, Irina, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, sorry. She was wondering what you felt was the better time to go plein air painting. And to be, I know we usually go during the day, and like you mentioned, sometimes we will do the overnights because then we can get up early and go out early, or we can paint a little later because we don't have like 2 hours to drive home in the dark and worry about moose or whatever. So I think you can probably paint at any time. Maybe the heat of the day isn't maybe our best. Would you agree, Roberta?
Yeah. And I'm starting to love the evening light. I love the long evening shadows. And I will actually plan, if I'm just going around home here, I will actually plan to, do my stuff during the day so I can get out early enough in the evening. Ian Roberts just did a thing on plein air painting. And one of the things he suggested is if you can go to the same location a couple days in a row, go your first day and kind of, sketch out everything, and then go when the light is right. So do your kind of pre-sketch right away, and then go when the light is right and do your painting when the light is the way you want it. They say morning light and evening light are the best. I love the evening light. It's just those long shadows, but you got to be quick because the sun can just disappear before you know it, right?
Well, and the other thing, when Roberta was saying about having to pack a lunch, well, half the time we're up somewhere in the bush, we're hours away from anywhere that would give us any food anyhow.
Roberta, I have a question. What do you recommend for, I know that sometimes when I've tried plein air painting, I find that it's just overwhelming to see sort of the scene in front of you. Do you have any tips for narrowing down like your area of focus or such?
That's a great question. It is. And so you can get those little viewfinders, those little plastic ones. And that was what Ian Roberts mentioned in his, and I do have one in that little bag that I had there. But you can also just make your little square like that and look. But what I find I'm doing more and more is just, it's that whole thing. When Anne and Arda and I spent the first winter, the pandemic last winter, we spent a lot of time on Zoom sessions together, and we did a book study, and it was on, I forget the name, Painting Powerful Landscapes. I forget the name. Gill, I think, is the last name of the author, but she talks about a toolkit. And what she talks about is the first thing you need to figure out is your why. So why are you painting that? So as soon as you figured out your why, what is it that you want to zero in on? What's your focal point or your idea or your emotion that you want to get? That's going to guide you right away. And then your what. So where is that going to be placed in your painting? Like how are you going to compose that, right? Your composition. You want it at the side, you want it, the distance, or is it going to be close? I like to do sometimes macro, kind of a macro painting. It's the whole thing that we deal with anytime we're doing a landscape, and that's being able to isolate the shapes that are important to us and eliminate the things that aren't important. So that whole simplifying thing becomes super important. If you're looking at a forest that has trees every which way and some fallen and there's twigs all over, there are some amazing, like hyper realistic painters out there that just do absolutely amazing landscape paintings with lots of detail. But if you're out plein air, you're not going to be able to do that. If you want to put more detail in back in the studio, you can do that. But what you need to do is focus on those basic shapes and getting it down. And so I hope that helps. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
My thing this year, or for the past, maybe 2 years probably, has been trees. So, I mean, heavens knows we've got trees up here. But you're right. When you're looking out at a forest of trees, how are you going to pick the one you're going to do? So, yeah, I like to pick the one that's kind of, funky or something that does something different, and but then I do end up taking a few pictures of it with my phone so that I have a few angles of it and stuff, so that if whatever I do then when I'm out there, then I can always try and do, some other little version of it or whatever, again at home. But you're right, it's very hard because you see so much that it's hard to narrow it down. That's been our biggest challenge.
Yeah, for sure. And lots of times it's a light thing that is really attracting you. So that's, again, back to Ian's comment, like you've got to get that down right away. And there's a guy, the Watercolor Cafe, what's his first name? His name is Eric. I forget his last name. What's Eric's last name from Watercolor Cafe?
Rhodes. Sorry.
No, Eric, anyway.
Okay, sorry. You mean from the Watercolor Live?
Watercolor Cafe.
Oh,
anyway,
sorry.
he said something that really has helped me, and that is that, you know, when you do your first wash, when you do your first layer, you're painting the light. You're painting the light first, and that has really helped me with plein air. So, you know, when I do that first layer in my plein air, it's the light. And then I can add in the dark parts later and the darker shapes later. But that really helped me.
Eric E. Lin, I think you mean.
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you. That's the guy. Yeah, he's pretty cool to listen to.
So Ian was commenting that he really likes the Winsor Newton paper.
Yeah, I've experimented with so many different kinds of paper. Winsor Newton, you know, when it comes down to it, it's maybe 5% better overall. Like you really get nerdy about it and you test everything on it. Winsor Newton is so bright, but I've had a lot of trouble finding the 140-pound cold press in the last couple of years. It's like they stopped making it or something. But the travel ones are also good. I have several of little 7x4 size travel ones. But yeah, they seem to stop making the sheets for some reason, which I'm quite upset about because it's like I'd found the Holy Grail and then they stopped making it. So,
yeah, I think some of the supply chains have with paper. For a while I was hearing about a shortage of arches too. So.
Oh yeah. Well, is it usually you always have arches. That's usually the default. But it was like they just started this line with Winsor Newton paper. Then as soon as they started it, it's like they stopped it again.
I'm really liking Fabriano.
Yeah, Fabriano's good too. Yeah,
Artistico more and more.
Yeah, that's also good.
And you know, I don't know how many of you are familiar with indigo paper. It's indigo art paper. If you Google it, you have to put art in there. Indigo art paper. Otherwise, you'll get Indigo the company. But it is a very thick, very rough handmade paper, handmade in India. The company owner apparently is in Fort McMurray, Alberta. But so it is a Canadian company, but it's made in India, handmade, and it's very textured. If you'd like a really textured, but you really have to watch. It does not take masking fluid well. It will peel. And sometimes even your tape around the edge will peel the paper. It's a really neat paper. I've had some really good results with it, but it depends what you're painting, right? So when I'm painting water, I probably don't want that really rough because I want something nice and smooth, right? Depending what my water is. I did some waterfalls and that rough was actually quite nice with it. So you kind of have to, it's a fun paper to play with and it's a little less expensive, but anyway, so if you're interested in a new paper, indigoartpaper.com, and then they'll tell you where you can get it. I know I've ordered it from Paintspot.
It's a little slow to dry too when we've used it out plein air. We found, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, and it's a little bit less consistent. Like you might find a little bit less consistency with it, but it's kind of cool. Like it's just gives you kind of I don't know, I feel like sometimes it's what I love about the plein air is the rawness. Like you just got to go with what happens, right? You don't have time to fiddle and make it right. You just got to go with what happens. And a lot of times just seeing right in front of you in real just changes your perspective. And that's what I really like about it. But so sometimes if I've got a paper that does a little weird thing or a boo-boo, I'm not in a sweat about that. It doesn't bother me because when you're out plein air painting, especially, it's a lot of it, somebody else alluded to this and I can't remember who it was, just being out in the air. Was it you, Ian, maybe? And just, feeling the environment and, you really make a connection with what you're painting. You really do. You get to, I think of Anne with her trees. When she has a tree, we told her that she has tree characters, but, she really has to get into that tree, how it's growing and, what the textures are. and that sort of thing. And so it's a very, very relaxing experience.
Yeah. I saw one say it was a Zen, one of those brush painters, and he talked about paint. You know, they paint in one stroke, and he said what he would do is he'd return to the same tree for 3 days in a row and just observe the tree, and just that would give him enough, I guess, awareness of the tree that he could do it in one stroke. So I think of that kind of like that with plein air. You have to really understand the environment before you try to paint it.
Well, the other thing that we really found, that when we went to what our hills are in Saskatchewan, we went to one of the higher spots, and every time we took a picture, it flattened it out so much. When we were there and we could paint it, we could see those levels looking way out on the land where you took the picture and it just flattened it into hardly anything. So that was interesting too.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're out of time. So we're on break right now. And I think that Atner and Luann are going to join us. Okay, thank you so much, Roberta. That was amazing. Yeah, that was.
Thank you all. That was great. I'm just enjoying the day so much. Bye.
Yeah.
Okay, Luann, I will switch it over to you. There we go. Perfect.
Yeah. You're on it. You're on now. Uh-oh.
Nice studio, Atner.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome. Thanks for coming.
Yes. Might be. We can adjust a little bit. Yes, that's good. Yes, my friend. Come, Luan. Hello, everyone. Hello. This is Oakville, Ontario. And there Luan came just half an hour ago. And it was a big surprise. And he brought some gift surprise, and I didn't open yet. I am really wondering. But first off, I would like to congratulate everyone, especially IWS Canada, which is one of the well-organized branch. Today, it was surprise, like I couldn't sleep all day, all night. It is all around the world. We are communicating and celebrating and preparing some kind of events and celebration all over the world. So far, many countries come together on the Zoom meeting in Iran and also in Turkish global celebration Zoom meeting. And I am sorry they will miss the Canadian one, which one you are doing great. And hopefully we can share also in Canada what we made so far, rest of the world, how we celebrate the watercolor with peace and harmony and friendship. And thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to connect with you, with Luan, the master, one of my favorite portrait artists. And let's say something.
Okay, Luan. Well, hello everyone. I know this one going be shared throughout the world. So I'm a member of IWS Canada. 2 years ago, I attended the Master Arthur Dogan's workshop, and I painted this portrait on the second day. At the time, I thought he would like it, and he did express that he liked it very much, but I didn't give this to him, thinking that it was so inappropriate and disrespect if I just handed him.
I think it froze there.
Yes. Go. Just a second.
Tired of being limited by joint pain? Regain your active lifestyle with Genical Pain Relief, Canada's #1 selling joint care supplement. Genical Pain Relief helps you reduce joint pain in less than 5 days. That's right, 5 days. Genical Pain Relief is available in pharmacies.
I wonder if they know they've lost us.
They do. I heard a sigh of exasperation.
It just looks like their video went off.
Yeah, I think the connections may be dodgy.
But it seems like you can still hear them, but that their video may have just turned
Let's
off.
give 5 minutes to us, please.
Okay.
Okay, no problem.
No problem. Because, oh, okay. Now, that would be, go back to,
The smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. That's ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. Have you had this flu shot? I'm Bill Van Gorder, Chief Operating Officer for Canada. Give yourself and your loved ones vaccinated for influenza is more important than ever. CARP is concerned that this flu season may be a season. Hospitalization rates in years. We want you to know the flu vaccine will reduce your risk. And to folks over 65, the National Advisory Committee on Immunization recommends. Whenever you are ready, just tell me.
okay, we're back in. We're back in.
Some who are at great risk of serious complications. The more people who get the flu vaccine in your community,
Are we back in now?
Yep, you are. Sorry. There we go.
Okay, that's good. We're back in. So I was talking about I attended the Arthur Dogan's workshop. I painted this. And at the time, I didn't give this painting to the teacher because I thought it was inappropriate and disrespectful to give the unframed piece of art. So this painting here means a lot to me because I remember 2 years ago, my painting was so rigid and filled with all kinds of self-created artificial barriers in my mind. But during the demo, I recall incidents that Atner was holding a brush and trying to dip into bucket water, but he mistakenly dipped into his coffee. Yes. And it was so funny, but you know, it was like nothing to him. Then the other incidents that he just grabbed his gigantic brush loaded with water and squeezed out and a puddle of water dropped on his heart. And all of us were watching. We were holding our breath in awe and in shock. But it was like he's enjoying, he was having fun. So for that moment though, that really changed my painting. He did unlock and liberated my rigidness and fear of making mistakes. So today is so special day as we celebrate the 10th anniversary of IWS Globe, founded by Master Arthur Dogan. I thought, you know, this is just a happy day, and it can't be any better day to present the portrait to him than today. So cheers to IWS Globe, and cheers to IWS Canada, and cheers to Mr. Dogan. And you ready for this?
Yes. Also, I remember those beautiful day, you know, first time we met.
Yeah.
You know, I thought like my standard student coming to class and working together. But I saw your painting is like a masterpiece. You are really amazing artist.
Thank you.
And you make me excited to work with you. And we had really nice workshop that day.
Yes.
And also, this is very meaningful for me coming all the way Mississauga to Oakville and bringing special gift also I forgot, what you paint that day.
Oh, that's good. That's good that you forget.
Yes. Thank you very much for coming all the way. And I'm excited to see.
Okay.
Yes,
well, let's take together your whole side.
Okay.
Okay. And just grip it. Right?
Yes.
And 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I remember
With
this
respect
one.
and honor.
Yes, we did it in the classroom that time.
Yes,
true.
yes.
That is true.
Right.
Yes, this is one of the, best gift I am receiving, because I really like this portrait. Because, like especially which technique I gave big respect, and I admire those cold color on the face, and you are very brave artist and using very clean and perfect technique. And this is original piece, one of the really good technique and good art. Also, even much better because I am in. Also much better because, you create the same room where we had nice time.
Yeah.
Really. And thank you very much for coming all the way.
Oh, thank you.
And also happy IWS Day, happy Watercolor Day, Global Watercolor Day. And thank you very much, IWS Canada. You did great events. I was watching a little bit, because busy with other stuff. But whomever attended your celebration, all good artists, good top painters. And I am very pleased, IWS Canada board teams, they are organizing everything, look very perfect. And also in IWS has lots of top painters, members, and we are looking forward to free days to come together and celebrate those important days, or any day, any reason, come together and paint together and share our love and passion and friendship together. And happy Watercolor Day, and thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you, Abner.
Have a nice day.
Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Sure.
Back to you, Renee.
Okay, thank you, Renee. Thank you. Bye-bye. Yes, this is our connection to.
There we go. Okay. So basically we're on for just a little bit of a break before choral. So if you want to catch some lunch or something like that, you're welcome to, and then we'll reconvene. I think it's 1:15, I believe. Just checking my notes here. Yes, 1:15. We'll reconvene. There. Oh.
Hello. Come next to me. Come.
Hello.
How was your meeting?
I'm sorry?
It's a breakdown based on schedule.
Huh?
Oh, it's a break now. So everyone's just taking a little break. And then we're going to reconvene at 1:15, which that would be for you 3:15 p.m. for you. And then
3:15?
Yeah, your time. We'll
yes,
reconvene.
we can come back in 3:15.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. What we are going to do in 3:15?
No, there is
just
no other people's scheduled demo.
just we are going to be watcher. Just we are going to watch.
Our part's done for the
okay.
day.
You are not going to take videos from us. Just we will able to watch you.
Yeah, that's right. We
Okay.
have a couple, I think 3 more presenters. So so yeah, you can come and go as you like, and just to watch anyone that you feel that you
That's
want
great.
to see. But yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Hopefully see you in summer in here. Okay.
Yeah, I think that'd be really nice to plan something as a get together with everyone, but we probably need to iron out some logistics. There's a lot of people.
Okay.
So, but we'll figure something out later. We got lots of time. So
Okay. Thank you. See you pretty soon.
yeah,
Bye-bye.
sounds good.
Hi, Tina. How are you? Oh, you're on mute. I can't hear you.
I didn't see anybody, so I thought, well, I'll just do a few things in the background here.
Yeah, yeah. I just happened to see you there. I was just posting something on my computer. I've got my iPad down here, so yeah, on a break right now. So
yeah, were you able to catch Luan's presentation?
Yeah, I've got them all so far.
Oh, good for you.
I'm looking for inspiration.
Where are you guys from? Where are both of you from?
Well, I'm from Cambridge, Ontario, which is about an hour west of Toronto.
And I'm
Tina Price.
Yeah, I see your name, Tina. I've corresponded with you, I think, in the past.
Yes, you have. Yeah.
I'm from Otterville, which is another hour away from Toronto. So
which way?
Where I live south of Woodstock. It's like a half south before.
So it's southwest of Toronto, right?
Yep, yep.
Okay. And you're from?
He's from northern
Alberta, Saskatchewan, Alberta?
Saskatchewan, northeast
Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan.
I knew it was out there.
So we're actually not far from the Manitoba border.
Oh, okay.
Where we are.
So closer, yeah. Good.
And north. So there's north of us, there's basically just bush. Right to wherever. Yeah.
Are you near Prince Albert or further?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, east of Prince Albert, about an hour and a half. Yeah.
I had a friend who used to live up there in northern Saskatchewan. I want to say Shipley or something like that. Shipley.
I have a neighbor with the last name Shipley.
I might be getting the town wrong because she had 3 different addresses in Saskatchewan.
The town, Shipman. I'll bet you Shipman.
That's it, Shipman. She lived in Shipman.
Yeah, yeah. It's just like not even a town. It's just
she didn't really live in either, so.
If you blink, you miss it.
Yes, imagine. Yes.
Yeah. I'm just still eating my lunch. I hope that's okay.
You go right ahead.
I'm gonna go back to what I was doing.
But I like the visit. I'm enjoying the visit because it's fun to be able to visit people.
It's good to finally put a face to a name.
Yeah. So Tina, you were the president?
I was the secretary for 2 years.
Secretary?
And then I was the regional director for 2 years. And now I'm retired to a member, which is fine with me because the first year in was the 2018 Richmond Hill International. Boy, I was writing letters till the cows came home. It was great.
No doubt. Yeah.
Anyway, I got thrown in head first and it was great actually. Good thing nobody told me what was involved before I said I'd be secretary. But it's been pretty calm after that.
It's awesome. I really love it. And I love that it's not exclusive.
Oh, exactly. Exactly.
You know, because I'm not, like when I look around at other painters and what they're doing, like I am not at the level that a lot of our members are. But I can learn
everybody's
from
at
them
their own level and it's a continuum.
Yeah.
So,
and
I
I
think
can
people
enjoy.
realize that.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, it is really more of a family, I think, than it is some of these organizations. You pay an arm and a leg to join, and then I always feel really inferior because half the time I paint and I think, oh, shit, I can't paint at all. And then other days it's like, oh my God, this is great, you know. So
and I don't aspire to a very realistic style. So some of those people I'll never be on the level they're at.
Well,
skill-wise.
I think everybody finds their own path, and I figure as long as I keep improving on whichever direction I'm going, hopefully we're forward.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's pretty hard to move backwards.
Oh, I don't know. I have my days. Oh. It's always a surprise to me when I'm accepted into like an international show. I sort of, with great trepidation, put my stuff out there and apply. And when I get excited about it, I get accepted. And then I think, oh shit, maybe they meant somebody else, you know?
Well, and I've only entered the one competition so far. It's something I think I need to do is to enter some competitions, but again, you know, like it's hard. Some of these competitions, like you're judging portraits against landscapes, you know, more of an abstract against realist. And it's, I don't know how people can even judge those.
I would not want to be a juror for Love Nor Money.
Nope.
And everybody's tastes are so personal and different, I would think. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess it's a case of looking at technique or the emotional appeal or whatever. But thank
it would
God
be
I
very
don't have
difficult.
to do it.
Yeah, maybe Renee can tell us that. You were on the judging committee. We were just talking about like when you judge like portraits against landscapes, against something that's maybe more abstract or impressionistic and hyper realistic, like how do you judge all of those in one category?
It's difficult. I mean, I section them out into folders, different folders, so that if I'm deciding, you know, a portrait against another portrait, like it's kind of like you have to go through steps. And then when you get to the very end where you have to decide the finalists, then you're, you know, it's different. You're how you, you know, organize that is different. But initially, I mean, it's the best thing to do is to just put them in folders, different folders, and organize yourself and then just narrow it down. But I mean, yeah, it's a difficult task, especially if the group is super big. So, but
well, that's a good idea. I've never juried. I've hung, but I've never juried. So it's a mystery to me. And you know, you might as well throw them up in the air and see what falls down in my case.
Well, it feels that way when you have like what 500 or 600 entries. You're sort of like, where do I start? Yeah,
exactly. If any of them stay up in the air, they're the winners.
Yeah, yeah.
I just keep them light. Keep them light.
Yep. So Coral, I don't know if I think you're on already. I know, sorry, we're about a couple minutes late for you, but no worries. We'll just bump everything a couple minutes if need be. That's fine.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to start.
Sure.
Okay, did you want me to mute everyone for you ahead of time?
I guess it's okay. You don't have to mute.
Okay.
Yeah, so people can just ask a question or whatever, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So do you think I should put that video first or not?
It's up to you how you want to do it. I'm sure everyone would enjoy you painting live. And if you don't finish, that's okay. You can always post the video later if you want. It's up to you how you would like to do it.
I think maybe we just post a video first. Then people will see how I'm painting. And if they got any question, they can ask like how I do that. That part I can demo more. That video is 15 minutes, right?
Oh, okay. I see. Okay, I understand. Yeah, sure. Do you know how to play that on your end?
Let me try. Okay. My son teach me. I'm really out of date.
No worries.
Okay.
That will give us all a common knowledge base to start with and ask questions if we see the video first.
Yeah. Did I share it or no?
Nope, not yet.
Not yet?
Yeah, I just see your profile picture.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's really makes me don't know. I think
I think it might be try the share screen option.
Yeah, I did that share content, right? And then which part I should go?
Then you have to pick which screen you're going to share. After you click the up arrow, then it's going to give you a choice of screens of your desktop or something else, a second screen. If you get your video running first, or get it pulled up and maximized, and then it should show up in one of those screens and you can just click on it.
Renee, do you think you can open that part from yours there or no?
I don't know. Like you mean open the video that you?
Yeah.
I can probably share the video. Let me try. If you're struggling,
okay.
I can see if I can do it on my end. Just hold on.
Okay.
So yes, it's on YouTube. So that'll be perfect, actually. Just play it.
Okay.
Okay, just bringing it up. Hold on a second.
That's just I'm really worried about. I couldn't share, so I sent one to you.
No worries. Okay. There we go. And I'm going to make myself. Did I make myself? Just a second here. I don't need you, Spotlight.
I think the pandemic has forced us all to become a lot more techie than we would be.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Yeah, I think while you play on the video, like we can still chat. This way, probably more relaxed. I'm not.
Sorry, I'm just trying to see if I can. We'll see if this works. Can everyone see it okay?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, this one I'm going to painting a tiger. This coming year, Chinese New Year is a tiger year. So I think maybe this is a good one to painting. So I didn't do any pencil starts yet. I just used the brush, which I feel like if you want to do anything very freedomly, you also easy to change it later anyway. So also sometimes you can keep the original color, leave it on the paper. No, actually, I have a photo. I have a photo for this painting. I find some photos like about a tiger. So I just basically I have based on a photo. See here, I put some black color. This is a dry paper, dry watercolor paper. I didn't wet it first, so I put the black color. You see, it's a dry one, but I sprayed it. Like I used the spray, make it how to say the edge of those things not very sharp, makes it kind of like soft kind of thing. So I basically, you can see this brush here, put the black color, and then I spray it. Yeah, yeah, I just read this chat. Monica, she said, did she pre-sketch? Yeah, I said, no, I didn't pre-sketch. I used the brush to do sketch, like a pre-sketch. I added a little bit of blue color on it because I just don't want to use black all the time. I kind of want black. The blue is kind of a shadow color. So again, if you see they became like a soft melted kind of thing, it's all spray. Like I use the spray bottle, just painting on the dry paper, but spray it. So they get some natural text, natural texture, yeah.
And Coral, what brush are you using?
This brush actually is a Chinese those ink painting brush. I think I can show you maybe after we done this video.
Yeah, Roberta had put a question in the chat, so I was just asking for her. Yeah.
Okay. I have to keep reading that. Okay, this brush actually, I got it from China, and it's called Qiu Si. I don't know. Maybe I should write it down. Should I write it down in what? In Chinese, that letter for you to purchase, or just wanted the pronunciation for it?
I'm not sure. Maybe connect with Roberta and kind of maybe what she would prefer.
Okay, maybe I take a photo later to send you guys.
That's a great idea.
That would be more clear, yeah. No, actually, I think Roberta asked me, are you using hard press? No, this one is Baohong, that cold press watercolor paper. That brand is called Baohong. B-A-O, I believe, yeah, I believe it's, let me find it. Maybe I also will take a photo for you to show you.
I think Donna has her hand up. I think maybe to ask a question.
Yeah, ask her directly. Speak out.
Donna, do you have a question? The hand up on your video. Oh, maybe not. Maybe that was.
Okay. I actually find that this paper are pretty good. This Baohong watercolor paper. I love Archie's 300-pound that cold press. That's the best, but it's very pricey, right? The cost a lot. But I find this one is how to say very good quality, and the price is good. Yeah. So I basically done this painting like I put some basic color there first. So I try to leave some white area like the eyes of this tiger's area, and some white hairs, that part white. The rest maybe I just colored them. Yeah. Unlike Luann this morning that talk, he is an engineer, so everything is really, really something, I mean, like scientific learning stuff. For me, I'm totally upset. The other way, I mean, I only, how to say, all based on whatever my feeling is. So I don't have too much those theory I really can talk. So I think it's good for you to see how I painting. Probably you will how to say like you can learn more, right? The brush I'm using this brush, I think how to say, I like it. It's a soft way. I find that the other like watercolor painting brush, they are more hard, right? It's like quite hard. So for my own style, I like the softer style. So I kind of choose this kind of brush and painting. So it's more soft way, yeah, more soft way. Yeah, here I also used some tissues, like some parts like being colored, but I don't want it. I want to leave it more white. So when the paint is still wet, you are okay to use the tissues to wipe them off. And sometimes that the tissues also give some texture stuff to that painting, like like how to say, like a wind part, right? Like a wind feeling. So it's good to try different stuff, different texture. This actually is my first time to video my painting. I never tried it before. So next time I know I should do the other way, not this way. This is like people stand not from my angle to look at the painting, yeah.
Now, Coral, do you flatten your work afterwards?
I'm sorry, do you?
After the painting dries, because I know you have it on a plexiglass, so I'm guessing that it'll probably curl a little bit when it's drying, correct? And then you have to flatten it?
I use this plastic back there is sometimes I will do very wet painting. So this one actually keeps the paper wet better than you put on the wood board or something. And also, like I didn't tape the surrounding edge there. Also, just because like this one, I start dry paper. I didn't wet them at all. But sometimes, like you do on the dry paper, they were like curved, right? Like if you didn't, they were curved. So what I do is I dried up all of them. Like you can use the dryer to dry up all of them, and then I wet through all the thing, like wet through the back of the paper, and also wet through the front of the paper, even it's already painted on it. So it doesn't matter, like your paper go all wet through, then you can put them on the flat of this plastic border, and then they became very flat. And I didn't tape off them also because of this reason, because sometimes I need some paper to get wet again. I think I don't need to take off the tapes. I just go dry it thoroughly and then go wet again, and then you can do whatever you want, right?
Sorry, Coral, there's some residual noise. I'm just trying to figure out where it's coming from. I'm not sure yet.
Some what? I'm sorry. Is it?
There's some noise that is coming through. I don't know if anyone else can hear it.
From my video seems fine.
Oh, okay. Must be something strange on my end, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, here I use the dryer to dry it. Sometimes those texture, like they showing on the paper, if you don't dry up them quickly, they actually lose them, those special textures there. So I think dry it in the right spot, probably you can keep those interesting textures there. I dry up all this painting right now. I also is for my next step is I'm going to painting the detail. This is just like a kind of like a background, right? And you go to detail. I think like when you do the painting, very important thing is you have to keep the feeling fresh. Like a lot of time. Okay, I got a question here. I like how you tease the creature out of the paint with your dogs and bring it alive. Love the process of creating and understanding and the texture. Thank you, Tina. Okay, yeah. I think keep that. I think keep that feeling fresh is also like when you do the how to say, when you're painting the first, no matter what kind of color, if you don't want some of them, you don't cover all of them out. You leave partial there, like your first impression, those colors there. So your painting keeps fresh. What I feel the painting is. Oh, thank you, Roberta. I just have to check the chat. Oh, thank you. I feel like a painting just like your life, same thing, right? Every step you go through is nothing waste. So you don't have to cover up all of you unlike the part. You keep partial of them and keep going, and changing shape until reach to what you want. That's how I got it from the painting. See, I washed a little bit here, like for those ice pot that eyeball. Sometimes like the shade, yeah, I also use the fingers sometimes to smudge it as well. You can see there, yeah. Yeah, I think watercolor really is about the water. You control it. See here, I use the tissue to dry up my brush a little bit. So that part I probably feel too much color or too much water there. So I just use my tissue to make it lighter. And for my painting, I also love to some details I want to focus, pay all the attention to a most important thing. Like you feel this whole painting, what is the most important thing to you? What is the most important thing you want your viewer or readers to get attention, to see through it? So I feel like the eyes for this tiger is the most important thing. So I actually spent more time for this part, but the other part actually I let them loose. I don't want them to be paid a lot of attention. So people's attention will be concentrate on one spot or two, a few spots, but not like all of them. You know, when your attention everywhere actually didn't get any attention. So I think that's also from what I want to share. The brush I'm using right now is really my favorite brush yet. I will put a photo to show everyone. This one actually I got this one is because the other Chinese very famous watercolor artist, I think his name is Liu Yi. He painted some ballerina those stuff, and I think he recommended for this painting brush. So it came like a lot of people like internationally wide use it now. My knowledge for those brushes, colors actually very limited. So this morning, those people gave the talk really helped me a lot. For color, I put some blue ones there. Also, is kind of a contrast with this orange. So like give the painting a kind of like a contrast there. I feel it's more beautiful. I find like a loose watercolor or Oh, here I used some knife to make those what hairs, tiger's hairs, like have some beard, those things come out. But actually, I'm not really good at using it, so it's not really showing that sharp. And I saw the other people, this technique is way better, but I'm still practicing. So instead of leaving the white part for those beards, for those hairs, I think this knife actually sometimes bring out those texture is very good because they are clear, they are firm, and yeah, just like white. Yeah, so you will feel that it's exactly like animal, those. Yeah, okay. I read Roberta's chat. Yeah, I think it really takes time to practice. I'm not good at it. Oh, this knife is kind of like an oil painting knife. It's actually can making some texture there. I show you one of my other painting. I used a lot. Use this one to make the texture. After this video, I think this video is almost done. Yes, I think you're right, Roberta. To get the painting at the right stage is very important. Too wet, it turns dark. Yeah, I think usually when you do these knives things, you should wait the paper like half done, like a half dry, not totally dry. Yeah, half dry. And then you do it. That's the most effective way. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Okay, we can coming back. Okay. Did I share the content or no? Hello. Did I share my paintings right now?
Oh yeah, it's shared now. Yes.
Okay. I just talking about that flat oil painting knife. I use the painting for this painting. Like I don't have those point. Oh, where's the spot point? No. Okay. How do you say it? Like the left side, those white clothes part, like a fur kind of, like a texture, right? I use this oil painting knife to do it. It's not by any brush painting for this part. It's use the knife. So the texture comes out very natural way, just like fur, those texture. Yeah. Do you have any questions? Or if you don't have any questions, maybe I just sharing the other paintings.
We'd love to see more of your paintings.
Okay. I don't know how I shared it before.
How long have you been?
Oh, your voice stopped. Can you say again?
Been painting? How many years have you been painting?
Oh, how many years I have been painting? Yeah, that's really good question. I studied fine arts.
Я и говорю, я просто выключаю.
I studied fine arts science in my high school.
Oh.
Like I went to a professional fine arts high school. So I learned those very basic techniques from high school. Then I went to the University of also fine arts. I got a degree. Actually, I'm really academic trained for my young age. But after I graduate, I got married and then just have family, raising kids. I have 5 kids, so I'm really so busy. I don't have time to do any. I should say I don't have any time to do the painting at all until right now. My youngest one is in high school, grade 10 now, so I could coming back to do more paintings. I don't know how I shared the last one. This one I can't share anymore.
It's at the very bottom. It's called share screen. It's just a little button when you hover down by where it says chat, or I think there might be a chat button, and I think it should say share screen. Do you see that?
Chat button there?
Do you see something that says share screen?
I saw one share content.
That might be the same. I'm not sure.
But then they didn't show. Oh, okay, coming out now. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I just share some other paintings. I recently. Okay. Maybe I just share other paintings I recently done. Yeah, this is the title is Blessed Are the Mix. So this painting also like those. I like those texture here, like the beard also use the knife. The old man's beard use the knife as well. And
beautiful work, Coral. That I love that one. It's beautiful.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I like what I said before. I like a kind of style is like you focus something, but you lose some part. You focus some part. So this way, you give people kind of imagination on those loose part, and then they have more imagination there. They can wandering around there more. Yeah. I just don't know why. Oh, this is. Oh, I probably also share this one as well. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, I also share this one. This one I use. Actually, this is kind of like a Chinese painting style. They have ink painting, right? So I try to use watercolor, but I use the watercolor. Painting the paper is those Chinese ink painting paper. So this kind of style, I also think is you have to do, how to say, focus on some part, but lose the other part, and do some kind of way, like a quick catch or something. Yeah. That one actually I'm learning. That photo is not created by myself. I'm learning someone else. It's kind of like a copy. Yeah. Okay. I see.
Look like we're getting close to the end of the session for you, Coral. Is there anything else that you'd like to say, or anything else that?
Oh yeah, sure. I also maybe share this too. Those are like when I'm teaching students, I want them to do the sketching, which is like your daily practicing. For example, right now I show this painting. They are not perfect, but they really capture the moment of you see the people, how you're feeling. I feel this kind of thing is really, really important for you to do better and better. Just like what I said, like this morning, Luan is an engineer, so everything is in the serial. But from my way, if you learn from my way, that's just the practicing is the most important thing. Whenever I got a time, no matter like waiting in the restaurant for a few minutes or something, you can pour out like Yan introduced those pen, brush pen. Those all are great for this kind of practice, just like a daily sketch. This one I painted in a car where someone sit with me. So just like sitting in the car, I can do a painting. Yeah, these two. I did a lot actually for when I go to the church, when I go to anywhere. So any kind of stuff you can painting. Not only people, yeah. I mean the corner of your table, everything. So just keep practicing, and then you know how to use the water to flow the color, and then what you like, you pick it, you choose it, and then eventually, I think that's just the way you gain the experience. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Coral. That was great.
Thank you. I really don't have too much experience to do that. Actually, I'm quite nervous.
So no, that's okay.
Yeah,
practice makes perfect.
Yeah, so that's why I do record first instead of like doing right away. I feel I don't have time to finish all, right? So this way probably is a better way. Next time. Yeah.
Okay, so the next presenter that we have is Elena Markolova. I hope I'm saying that right, Elena.
Hi. Yeah, you can say it either way. It's okay.
Okay. I'm just going to put the spotlight over to you. So just give me 1 second here.
There's one also of the camera that's going to show the demo.
Ah, okay.
Unmute that and just going to speak here.
There you go. That transfer over to you. Oh, that might have been the other one. Okay,
yeah, so first my face and then the demo.
Okay, so I found the one that's, there we go. That's the one.
Okay, hi everyone. Thank you so much for having me here, and thank you so much to Renee and Jan for organizing this wonderful event so we can all connect and share our love for watercolor. A little bit background about me. I came from Russia. I was born and raised in Siberia, and people think that we have bears walking on our streets there, but we don't. I never seen a bear or any other wildlife during my whole life there, even though we went to mountains quite a lot with my parents and just had our little excursions to the forests and woods and nothing. I saw bears twice, once in a zoo and once in a circus. But my first trip to mountains in Canada, that was 9 years ago, I saw the black bear teenager and I was just overwhelmed and I was so excited. I was so happy to see one. So when I came home, I wanted to capture that moment, and instead of just picking either landscape or the portrait of a bear that I used to do before, I thought maybe I'll just combine both. So I started my line of double exposure paintings. I can show you a few of my favorites. So there's this one is the mama and baby bear. I painted that one when I was pregnant with my son. Just wanted to kind of have the connection of the two. Another one, this one I painted during the pandemic. There's like lost wolf in the woods and he or she's like looking for the end of the darkness. I call the twilight raven, as like ravens are symbolizing the wisdom, and they also kind of like the omens of the end of the bad and the beginning of the good. So there's this wolf going to the light at the end of this darkness. Another one is this is the orca. So you can see I use different kind of landscapes and just whatever I can think at the time and wherever the animal lives. So every time I paint one, I just kind of trying to imagine that animal live in its natural habitat and feel them kind of like putting their skin on me, and just imagine if I'm a bear, what I see around me, how do I feel, trying to even, I don't know, smell the grass and the leaves. So just kind of imagine me being in that nature. So maybe that's why some people also have the connection to my artwork, because they can kind of sense that, even though I'm a Siberian girl from little industrial town, but I'm so close to nature, and I'm so grateful to be in this country and in this place where I am right now, just to have this opportunity to be inspired every day. I've seen almost every animal that I've painted, and I have quite a lot of those in my line. Bears, we actually have them walking on the streets here in Maple Ridge in BC. Hummingbirds, deer coming almost every other week to Little Meadow. Lots of different animals, and it's very exciting and inspiring, of course. So today I wanted to paint something a little bit different. It's a very like foggy day out, so we'll do little kind of misty mountain bear. Maybe you can now highlight the demo part. So I don't have any references for the bear figure because I did many drawings of those. I would usually do like sketches and little studies of how they move. So I would know exactly their positions of their body. Can you see this?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just replacing Spotlight now.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. Okay, so this is the one that I'm going to paint, and you can see how I do that. Did a little study about how they walk. These are the references for the inside part. I usually, so I'll show how. So first I would do the outline of the animal. We won't go through many details because you still need to kind of find the balance between the animal itself and the landscape or whatever you put inside. So I would usually kind of work in the like circle composition for the inside part, so people would kind of go in trying to notice as many details as they can. So I wanted to paint some mountains inside, the fog, some birds flying over here. Then we'll put more details in the eyes and the ears and nose. And then we'll highlight some like darker trees up front just to have that composition. Okay, so this is the paper I usually use. And with brushes, I usually use some cheap brushes because if I buy some expensive ones, I keep them for years and I never touch them. So these are quite cheap brushes, but they're really good. Silver black velvet. I think I ordered them from Amazon, and now I see that lots of professional artists use them all over the world. I also like to use calligraphy brushes. So I see many people like them too. And sometimes I order also like some cheap brushes from AliExpress, which is Chinese website, like Amazon, but it's Chinese, and they're quite cheap, maybe like $4 or $5 each, but the quality is really good. And you're not afraid to use them, and you just can go all over. Also for tiny details, I like this Sable. This one is actually Winsor & Newton, so that one may be like one of the most expensive brushes I have right now. Okay, and the paints. I did little splash paper here. Okay, so for greens, this color I have here, it's actually from White Nights, my favorite green, and I searched all over the world actually to find this color in other brands. The pigment is PG8, and they actually have them now at Opus, and the green is, I don't know, it's kind of like Viridian green, but it's not the same. So I was very happy when I saw this one in Opus. They only have them, they don't have them in tubes, but I'm still happy. Another two that I use a lot is Jedi Genuine and Green Appetite. So these are single pigment paints, and they're incredible. I like how they create very unique texture, which is beautiful. For some blue tones, I'm going to use Indigo. I have this one from Van Gogh. And then we'll use Paint Green and Oxide Black. Also to add that little misty texture, and I don't know, I feel like it's kind of creates this very mysterious look to it, and you can see the watercolor in its finest. And maybe, I'm not sure yet, I might use this olive green for some warm tones. Okay. So we'll put that aside. I have my little palette here that I use quite a lot. Okay, so do the sketch. I'm just gonna kind of copy this one very quickly. We don't need all the details. The most beautiful part about this bear is going to be inside. So we just can you see it, right? The line?
Lena, it looks like there's a question. I don't know if you want to address it now or not.
Can you just read them out loud? So
sure. One of the question was, Can you repeat your green paints, what the names are?
Yeah, okay. So my favorite one is from White Knights. It's the Russian St. Petersburg factory. It's just called green, and the pigment is PG8. And I feel like it's very unique pigment or the formula that they use. Maybe there's something else to it. They only write PG8 on the packaging, and I couldn't find exactly the same color here. The other two are Jadeite Genuine. Maybe I'll, this way.
Trying to type it for you. And that's Daniel Smith, right?
It's Daniel Smith. And these ones, I think they were quite expensive, but the texture they create is absolutely beautiful.
The Jedi Genuine. And what was the third one?
This one is Green Appetite.
Green Appetite.
I also use Cascade Green sometimes, but this is the mix of different pigments.
That one is Cascade Green?
Yeah, this one is Cascade Green. I think I maybe have like 5 or 7 different greens just because I was looking for this one. And then when I found the Russian one, when I found it, I was extremely happy. Because, well, you know, like, I went to classical Russian education of artists, and they we only had Russian paints back then. And I don't, I feel like you kind of get used to it, to some paints, and then if they change something, you don't have it anymore, you get a little bit like frustrated. So yeah, I was extremely happy when I found that one. Sometimes I also use liquid watercolors by Dr. Martens, but it kind of depends on what projects I paint. Are there any other questions?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, okay, so back to the outline of the bear. You can see I kind of do it relatively quickly because I'm maybe like used to paint bears a lot. And I'm just kind of copying the sketch from this one to this paper. Okay, so I think that's it for the outline. And now we're gonna sort of do the mix of, this is just the inspiration, and I kind of create my own landscape inside. For many animals that I paint, it's not a very particular place. I just kind of do the mix of my own inspiration of the places where I saw the animal and their natural habitat, exactly where they live. So it's not just exactly one place, except for this, the orchid that I showed you. That one has mountain baker on the back, on the background, and it was asked by my collector to paint exactly that view. So of course I did it, which is kind of exception in my rules. Also, I usually leave the face, like I would use like lighter colors, and I wouldn't put as many details from the landscape close to the face, because you still need to see the animal. So here we're just gonna put some mountains, but not as detailed with the trees as like this, like the front one. I never painted the misty foggy mountains, the forests inside the animals, so it's going to be a little experiment today, and I wanted to do one and to create a bigger painting of it for my personal exhibition in March. So this is going to be fun, and I'm excited to try it. Okay, I think that's it for the sketch. Can you kind of see? There's not much in it. I just sort of, you just put some lines for the trees where they're going to be, and just some mountains to create the aerial composition. Oh, and the birds. Just put a little dot here, but we might change that depending on how the paint's going to dry. Okay, that's it. I use paper towels or even just toilet paper to dry brush to have the control over the water. I also check the tone of the wash that I have on my brush. That's the paper towel. And it's dry right now because I want to kind of create this sort of feel to the artwork. So we'll start dry and then I'll use some water to dilute the paint. I think I'm touching the camera here on top. It's my first time doing the live demo on Zoom, so I don't know if I should talk about something else while I paint. I usually quite, like I listen to some music when I paint just to kind of get me in the mood and being very silent by myself in my studio.
I have a question. What first inspired you to try this kind of technique?
So when I went to art university in Russia, we had a photography course where we experimented with double exposure with photos. And I think this whole style came from photography. But when I saw that bear and when I came home and I was like, should I just paint the landscape? Because I painted so many of them and I was like, oh, it's going to be a little bit boring because I was just overwhelmed with different emotions. And I kind of, I don't know, maybe like I saw another photograph of the double exposure style and I was like, wait, I can paint the bear with these beautiful mountains that I saw in Pemberton. And that's how it kind of came to life, and that was maybe 2016.
You do mural artwork as well?
Sorry?
You do murals as well?
I do murals, but my murals are a little bit different because I also like doing maps of different cities, but I combine ink and watercolor. This past summer I did a mural of Vancouver map at the University Canada West, which is downtown area. I don't know if you know, there's like Vancouver House, very modern, stylish glass building. They have a campus downstairs, and they commissioned me to do this 23 by 12 feet map of Vancouver. It's very detailed, but it's incredible. I don't know if you can check my Instagram. You can see me standing there, and there's also like a video of how I did that. It took me almost a month, just a week to sketch all the buildings, and then another week and a half to draw the buildings, and then I used sort of like watercolorish feel to paint the water. So I diluted acrylic paint. I used my spray to have all these like washes, and it was lots of fun that last day to just kind of go crazy. And then people heard me, I'm just gonna go and like splash water, diluted water all over the wall, but it turned out really well. So yeah, you can check my Instagram. It's my name. It's Elena Markelova at /art.
I'll try and look for it, and I'll post it in the chat.
I was thinking to just look, honestly, I don't know. Like I was thinking about murals, but how can you create a watercolor mural, really? So the one with the Vancouver map and that water, it was the closest I could get. But I think just by itself, that technique wouldn't work. But with the map, I think with those very solid black lines of the city, they worked really well together, the combination. I'm sure I'm not going to finish this today, but at least I can show you how I do it. So I'm already starting painting trees, but this is still not the foreground, still background. So then I'm going to be super detailed here. When I teach, well, when I used to teach workshops, I would tell my students to sort of choose the outline of any animal that they like the most, and then imagine their happy place where they would want to go, or something that would feel really comfortable, and just pick any colors. And you can even go kind of crazy with pinks and yellows or whatever you want, and just feel the inside of the animal shape, and that would create the spirit animal that you sometimes, like indigenous people say, where people would transform from humans to the animals. Usually close to the end, I would use brush strokes to imitate their fur, to add details, just to, because people usually at the beginning see the landscape and then would understand, oh, there's actually a bear, and they would see more details within. And also that's why I kind of like to add as many details as possible for the like forest itself, and just paint little birds here and there, so people would always look and they find something else. So while still wet, I'm adding more trees for that foggy look. The tops are sort of solid, but the rest just dissolves.
I posted your mural in the chat for anyone who wants to see the mural you were speaking about earlier. It's a link to it there in the chat.
Thank you. I painted a similar Vancouver map on canvas think it was like 9 by 9 meters, and that was back when I was doing lots of different craft shows and showing my artwork there. And I painted it for Home and Design Show. And after Museum of Vancouver, I don't know, maybe I just tagged them on Instagram and they reached out to me if I would donate it for the display. So smaller Vancouver map is at the Museum of Vancouver at just at their front. I don't know if you've ever been to that museum, but you won't miss it. And also, I think I was like 27 when they took it in, and I was extremely happy to have my artwork at the museum. It's still alive because usually artists get their paintings and to some big places. Okay, when they like die or something, maybe it wasn't only Russia. So yeah, I started with lights, and I'm gonna slowly move to like dark tones at the bottom. Even though it is a landscape inside, I still need to remember that it's the bear as well. So you don't just go by the landscape rules when you paint this. Always keep in mind that it's both, and not forgetting to just add details of the animal, the fur. I don't really care sometimes about keeping the outline, the shape of the animal very very strict, or what's the right word for it. Sometimes I would just even leave the white spots here and there, and it sort of adds up to the texture of the fur. You can see when they move, they have little white dots and highlights on their fur as well. So now you can sort of see how the forest comes to life in it. I also care about splashes. If I leave anything around the animal shape, and even add more at the end, just to sort of add the dynamic to the painting. So just kind of see that the animal's actually moving, not just standing still there. Also, when I said that I have the line of the artwork and this style, I sell quite a lot of art prints of my paintings, either online or at some like local small shops. And I try to use either combination of a few of the same paints in every artwork, so people can put a few of them together to have the collection. That also helps me, so I wouldn't go over the board having all different paints, and just kind of having a small palette. And for my clients, of course, it's easier to just pick a few of many and have the, like, gallery wall look, or if they like don't want just one.
So Elaine, I just want to let you know that there's a few minutes left in the session, just so you know.
Yeah, well, I'm sure I'm not gonna finish this, of course, but
no worries.
Maybe then I'll just gonna show you the end details how I just do that. So yeah, we just kind of fill this area with like dark colors, and then I will just pick the darkest shade. Here I'm gonna mix indigo again and my green. I also I don't usually use black except for oxide black, and I also noticed that the mix of this to be the Russian green or Jedi with purple creates this amazing, very dark but beautiful tone that you can use, kind of like black, but it has lots of color in it and it dries beautiful as well. So then I will just sort of go I would also paint the eyes. I'll do that a bit later myself because we don't have much time, but and I will try to put a different color in it, or sometimes like with Raven, I put the moon inside. It just kind of depends for what kind of meaning I go with my artwork. And I'll add more detail in the ear. So even though with the landscape, this would be like light area, I actually am adding darker colors there to kind of put the center of the composition on the face. Little birds. And I'll use the same dark to add a little bit of strokes with the fur. I wouldn't do the whole outline, just a little bit of details here and there. Yeah, and then at the end, it would look like this. Maybe you have some questions for me.
We don't have a lot of time. Basically, yeah, we need to move on to the next presenter. So maybe if anyone has any questions, they can send Elena maybe a message, private message, and she can answer your questions that way. Thank you so much, Elena. This was such a pleasure to see you paint, and you have such a unique style, and your mural is incredible. I remember that from the magazine. We had that in there before, and yeah, it's very impressive.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time. Okay, so Alice, you're next. So I will just switch this over to you. There we go. There we go, Alice. I just put the spotlight. It took a little longer for some reason, didn't show up.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. So is Alice, greeting everybody from BC. So it's a great time to see everybody here, and I'm honored to be one of the presentation team. So let's do something about a local scene. So my intention of this little short demo is to engage into using like a bigger brushes so that I can minimize the brush stroke. And also I use a limited palette. So as you can see from here, so I turn the light on so you can see a little bit more. So I use possibly just oh, how come it's so blurry all of a sudden? Let me see, probably the light. Okay, that's better. So can you see okay? So I use 5 tube of pigment, and the yellow one I can use it or I might not use it. So the first one is cerulean blue. The second one is ultramarine. The third one is opera pink, and sometimes they say opera rose, and light red, and also neutral tint. So the winter scene, the reference photo I took is from the local scene where very close to Harrison Hot Spring. So the mountain is Mount Chian. It's quite a majestic mountain. So lots of photographers is taking photographs and painters' dreams when they see snow tops. So it's a distant village with a few houses. So for me to simplify this photo, I would break it down into 4 values. So when you're looking for photo reference, it's good to have a wide range of values. So this particular photograph, I make it into black and white so that it's not interfering my value study. So I break it up into 4. So the sky, I probably just compare side by side the color one. Okay, so not really. Can you see? Okay, so the color one is in comparison with this one. Okay, so paper white is the snow top and the top of the roof and the snow foreground. And the value number 1, I would say, is the kind of misty behind the tree. So the side of the mountain in distance is very undescriptive. So you don't have to make it very clear. So you can bring up some of the washes down to make it as the lightest value number 1. So the number 2 is the sky. And number 3 is the distant trees and the houses. And number 4 is the tree. So I would make the tree as the darkest value in my painting. Okay, so now I show you your brush. Show you my brushes. So I use Vincent Newton mop brushes. They have a good point. So can you see? And I think I need to move a little bit outward. And I use a few Chinese brushes. They have a good tip. And I use one rigger. So this rigger is very nice to do some details. So another round brush. So this is the main brushes I use. So for, okay, so the main purpose is using bigger brush, minimize the washes, and limited the palettes so that you don't have to take a few pounds of pigment when you go out painting, painting plein air. So it's a kind of my intention to paint more this year outdoor. Okay, so let's do some color mixing. The first one I would mix is the cerulean with the opera pink. That is for my sky. So yeah, I should squeeze up a little bit more. So just mix enough for the sky. I'm sorry. So mixing sometimes take as much time as painting. So should pre-mix it. So not very organized, Alice. Okay, so start. Let me put it out of my way. So now, close to the mountain top, I try to increase a little bit of value. I can have a touch of ultramarine as well. So try not to touch too much of your snow top. Well, by the way, I've been enjoying watching some of those amazing presentations today, and such a great way of having a Sunday. And thank you so much for the effort and everybody put in. Okay, so I try to do it when the pigment's still pretty wet so that there's no hard edges. So sky, I would not spend a lot of time because probably maximum is kind of 5 minutes. So once it's done, do not go back. Okay, so, all right, so let it dry a little bit. And then next step, and I'm gonna do, is to paint all the way down and finished the mountain in one go. So sometimes a big brush have its advantage because it can load the paint and go a long way. So you notice that I dry my brush a little bit so that I would not have too heavy of a pigment. For some of the lighter value is closer to the sky, because sometimes it's bouncing back to the snow, the sky. So, and this particular area, they call it Angel. And last year, lots of people worry because we are so hot in Vancouver. It's incredibly hot, never feel this hot. And people are worried this angel is going to disappear because they say it's a blessing for this Harrison and Agassiz area. If the angel disappear, you're in big trouble. So everybody's looking at the mountain every day and hoping the angel's still there every morning. We all want to be blessed. Okay, so yeah. So you see, sometimes I go back and dab my brush a little bit like that because I want it stay a little bit longer and have more value. Sometimes a perfect photograph is very intimidating. So a less perfect one probably can get your creativity juice coming. So sometimes probably it's better don't look at it. Once you have your design, you don't have to look at it again. So, and another thing I do is have a brush that have no pigment, just the pure water to just help you to do some of the guiding your pigment, okay? So I need some guidance right now. So I need to soften it up, have a good tip. Brushes with a good tip is a good thing to do when you do the, so I put my brush down again and I dip into the area that I want to do a little bit more. So another one. So I change my direction of the brush sometimes because that's how, and make sure sometimes you retain some of the snowed paper white, the paper white, because the snow is resting in some of the terrain. I think this year we have plenty, so it's good to start painting some of the snow scene from time to time. Okay, so I think I'm building up a little bit more area that I want to do. So now I'm going to push the paint down, all the way down where the tree I'm going to be painting, okay? I'm going to be painting. So that's the advantage of a bigger brush is so just 2 pigments up to this far that I cover almost the majority of my painting area. And now is the time to go back with a little bit the distant tree. I can add a little bit of mixture of cerulean blue and the ultramarine a little bit. Just don't go too wild, because when it's too much, you are going to draw the mountain forward, and I don't want to do that. Okay, so I want it to stay there. Okay, so it's as far as I can go. Just add a little bit of some of the little dots here and there. So. Okay, so any questions? Okay. So now, when the pigment is drying up for the time being, and I'm going to plan what to do with my trees. So you see there's trees and houses in here. So I'm going to do the trees first and then houses later, or the other way around. Either way would work. I think either way would work. So it's just like a two wet. So I'm going to do the house first. And the house, you look at the photo reference, it's not a loss of color. Sorry. To get away. Okay. So it's not loss of color, but if you want to have the focal point, like a one cluster of house that attract more attention, and you can pick the one that you think is a bright color. And even if it's a bright color, you still have to mute it down because still is in the distance. It's not a close-up color. Okay, so I have light red in here. So I mix some light red. And I put a little bit of pink in the light red and to make it a little bit brighter in some section of this house. Okay. So just wash all the way down. And the other side of the house, I doubt it a little bit. It should be a little bit more. And notice the light, if the decided the light is coming from the right side. So this side of the house would be, of course, is stronger, darker value than the other side. So I'm going to mix a little bit up for this house as well. So leave as a little bit of gap when you paint those little farmhouses. So it can be some sort of window or door. So when you put the brush down, you can just move it down because it's a snow, right? So sometimes when you walk over, can be edges, right? It's not like coming out like a ruler, you know what I mean? It's enough. And there's another houses here. So I'm going to use the blue, kind of like it. So you notice I sometimes when I put color down, I mix something else. So neutral tint is a good good pigment to turn down. So it's not like a strictly from the tube. It's got a multiple. Some of the color can be from the surrounding, or can be from the next house. So just make it more interesting. So. All right. I'm going to do another one. Sometimes it's good to keep your brush is completely thirsty, right? But with some pigment. So let's try that. Okay. Thirsty, but with some pigment. So when it's too dry, it doesn't have that kind of effect. So if you run your brush down like that on the side, so it have a different kind of texture. You notice that have a little bit different texture. When you run the side of the brushes, you can do it sometimes when you're not sure whether it's very dry. So you do it like that in here, in a testing paper. So you come out with that kind of effect, right? So sometimes it's a very desirable thing to do if you can practice a few times on the paper, testing paper. So I'm doing it now. We have what color of this house is going to be. Okay, so I want attention on this cluster of house than this. So I'm going to down this side a little bit than the other side. So another house here. So I can make another house in here. So a little bit. So how much time I have right now?
Sorry, I was muted there. You have until 3:30, but we're still. I'm just waiting to hear from Peggy because she's next. But I haven't heard anything yet, so I guess we'll see.
Well, I'm okay now, right? So
yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, I don't have a timekeeper. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's what I'm here for.
I like to have somebody like Ian next to me, you know. I mean, when I'm in trouble, somebody can save me, you know. Yeah, ask Ian whether he have a brother somewhere around here.
I do have a brother. He's in Mexico, though.
In Mexico.
So that's not going to help.
That's a little bit too far to get help like that. Yeah, I need to adopt somebody like you, Ian, you know. You can be my son, you know.
That's looking good so far.
Yeah, so if you you know, if you want to be adopted, I'm open for any technical support. Okay, so
like the way the buildings are coming.
Is that the house is still there? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, the houses have a nice gradient to them.
They do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now trees. You know, I think that we got the master watcher of time. You know, like we had to be on time. So that's when the sweat is coming. You know, when you're running out of time. So I mixed light red, okay, light red, with a little bit of neutral tint. So I would make one lighter than the other for the tree, the bushes. Okay, so this one is slightly lighter than the other because I don't want to make it a very strong pigment, strong color for the time being for my first tree. But I'm testing it to see how it behaves. Okay, so neutral tint, light red, but come out with 2 already. Okay, the third one I would use ultramarine with a little bit of yellow. So it's dark enough, I guess. We'll put a little bit more neutral tint, make it darker. Put a little bit light red. So you're testing it to see whether it's work for you. Okay. It's okay. So it's a little bit of like that, right? So it looks okay to me. Is it okay to you too? Anyway, so I'm going to use a brush, like a Chinese brush, or a round brush, the brush like that, both work. Okay, so you're testing it to see whether that's the color that's suitable for the trees. Okay, so I would push it up like that for a few of the you know, sometimes you have to dry it up enough because if not drying up enough, doesn't have that kind of effect. So now it's a little bit drier. So you have a few here and few there. So I'm going to move some of the bigger tree to my the bigger tree on the right side to the closer to my house. Okay, to the house I'm painting. I wish that is my house. So, and this is the first and the second. So I need to watch my time. So few tree in there. So sometimes you move your brush like that. So move it up, right? So already have a tree shape, then you move it up like that. So utilize the brush in different way. And this is very nice. One tree is very interesting shape. So I try to replicate it, see whether it's successful or not. Okay, so see some trunks down. I really admire lots of people that can actually paint and continually talk without any problem. So, and that is a very very good kind of ability because I think before COVID-19 and we got more actions, you know, within our community now. So it's kind of, you know, sometimes you try to connect with others and sometimes you just can't because people are so, COVID-19, people are so paranoid sometimes. They try to keep everything in their community within the old bubble. Okay, so now, so I want to get a little bigger trees in here when it's drying up some of the lighter tree shape. So I carry on this side, so I make another bigger tree in here. So some of the trees trunk is coming out yeah, if you put the brushes like that, so it's, you know, it save up your loss of brush stroke, you know. So it's coming to the front. and some is stay here, and some is behind. So I'll do a few more here. Okay, so I'm going to carry on to the side. You see, I use multiple brushes, so I save up time, especially limited demo time, or if you paint outside, it dries so fast. In the summertime, you just have to paint a little bit faster, and also you don't have a huge mixing palette with you, so it's better retain all the pigment in your brush, so you can carry on painting without losing the pigment and losing the mixing time. I think a mixing time is a loss of time lost sometimes, and before you mix up, and then the sun already dry up, so we have to learn a little bit. Okay, so I didn't use a lot of other color, and I don't usually follow exactly like I'm not doing a representational painting of a photograph. Okay, so that's about probably most of my tree is almost done. Now I use a little rigger. So if I want to do some of the branches, it's time to do it now. So especially some of the fine one, I don't want to lose it. So this is good to have the line. See, it's a straight, right? It's a long straight line. So just like a little, just a little dab. And if you want to have a few those lines like a farm fence, and you can add it on, you know what I mean? Windows, doors, you can put one in here. So as soon as you build up the structure of what you intend to do, already is start, you know, shaping up something you intend to do. Like you have a plan, right? I have a plan today, so I can actually start making it work according to my plan. And this part of the house is like that. So I put a little window in there. Okay, so now so this is all white. So to make the focus more toward this here, in my focal points in here, I cannot have this competing with this. It's too big, right? So I don't want the eye wandering out. I want the eye stay there. So I need to do a little something, okay, off the foreground. So you can use a brush to bring some of the sky color down, like a similar. or you want to make a little bit of more adventurous, to have a little bit of past that people actually coming in, right? So it's not like isolated in here. So just the eyes leading all the way down here. Okay, so make it. Okay. And some in here, some blue. I bring some of the blue to this side. So it's just a few little and by standing when you paint, sometimes you can move your body around, so it's easier to see a painting as well. So you put a little, yeah, put a little bit of kind of pole somewhere. Okay, so I think I'm done. You know, am I on time?
Yep, right on time.
Okay, so everything, no time, no, like everything's is exactly 45 minutes. I didn't.
You still have a little bit of time. You have until.
Okay, so to recap, so I can do a recap. Okay, just hold on. Let me find what I dropped. What I dropped. So I put the camera back in. Okay, so my little demo today, the intention is try to use a big brush to cover the area I want to cover with minimal stroke. Okay, so the second thing I want is to achieve a limited palette that have only a few tube of paint that I'm bring with me if I need to go out, or learning how to mix pigment so that to achieve, you know, a fresh, you know, painting, because you can see sometimes a painting is too much color, like it's a chaotic. Sometimes it's just like too many. So it's simplify, make it simple, and I think is easier to express yourself and not to worry about too much happening. Okay, so it's 5 tube, 6 tube of paint, and the steps. So break it down into steps. So I break it down into 4 value steps. So value number 1, 2, 3, 4. So so some of the value is connected. Like for example, the value 1, okay, the sky, and this one, sorry, value 2 is the sky, and then the value 1 is similar but slightly weaker in value than the sky. That means this one is value 1, or the misty background, and the paper white, perfect. So I don't have to do too much anything for the rooftop and the tree, and I use just very the value number 4 is a very kind of mixture of ultramarine blue and with a little bit of neutral tint and light red, right? So just like this sweet, and mix into some like some sort of very dark green. I put a little bit of Winsor yellow into it as well, some of them. So very much kind of very simple, limited palette for a rural winter scene. And the houses is something you can do whatever color you want. You want to put the most favorite one, you can put green, red, and the others is just like don't make the right side compete with the one you want to do. So you can make this one even more brighter, like a little bit brighter red. So if you want to introduce animals and human figure, and just make sure it's very small, You can put a little dog in there and little human figure in there. All right, so any questions? So I hope I have clearly explained myself. Anyway, so let me turn the camera up and so that I can, yeah, I had to turn it upside down to face the table. Okay.
Beautiful.
Alice, I was wondering about the big brush. What is the big brush that you have?
The big brush is just like a haki. It's called haki. You can get it from Opus, and I say lots of stores they sell it. You know, this big brush.
What size is it?
This one 2 inches. They can have 4 inches though, so I use the 2 inches. So it's quite big, yeah. And this one is a Winsor Newton, the mop brush. And this one, once you have it, it never fail you because it absorbs lots of water and lots of pigment. So you can go one go, cover lots of square inches. You don't have to keep going back and reload. But at the same time, you have to make sure you can have lots of coverage before you load it, because one brush can suck up all the pigment that you mix up. So you have to be careful whether it's usable right now. Don't use it for mixing color because it sucks lots of pigment. It's taking lots of pigment. When you mix pigment, sometimes you use a small brush, synthetic. Synthetic take less pigment. So this one, like Escoda, also is very good for. Can you see? I don't know whether you can see Escoda. So this is also good for mixing. So sometimes I use a flat brush for, you know, straight lines. It's easier. So you can do like a flat. Well, I didn't have my big one with me. Like if you have a flat brush like that, so you can make a straight line very easy, right? The flat brush, yeah. Some of those brushes useful.
Thank
you. I like the way you use the different parts of the different brushes as well. It really shows the versatility of the different kinds of brushes that you can use.
I'm an economist. You know, I don't want my pigment is get into the water too much. So I want to retain it by holding my brushes. So I use multiple brushes at the same time. So that's my way of working because the pigment is expensive, right? So
wonderful,
especially by good
wonderful demonstration as usual, Alice.
All right. So and thank you so much, everybody, for watching. And sorry, I cannot turn the camera because once I can turn the camera facing the desk, if I change it and then it will be out of my area. I don't know whether you can see the demo today clearly because I put the tape in here so that I don't get out of the line. So I keep myself within the little square footage here to do a demo. I think this webcam probably is not as good as a good camera, right? So it only give you probably like a 15, 20 inches. So you cannot move your paper too much, you know, you just have to stay in the same thing that you put your tape in. So, so thank you very much for watching and thank you for the demonstrators today and do such a wonderful presentation. Truly enjoy everybody's demo. And we have a wonderful day with Agnes showing up as well, Agnes Dogan. I didn't expect that him show up.
Thank you so much, Alice. That was incredible. Yeah, that was beautiful.
Thank you very much and have a great day and enjoy everybody's, you know, feedback today.
So we're still waiting on Peggy.
Oh, okay. So
she's supposed to be next. So,
well, So anybody want to chit chat with me, I'm available right now. When I'm painting, my attention is all focused on what I'm doing. You know, that's why I say those people have a multiple kind of skill, right? And I think COVID-19 is, you know, is sometimes it just wear you out, because when you're interacting with everybody else as a regular basics, and you are a better teacher, you know what I mean? Like I was talking earlier, I said, my God, I think I'm losing it, because the whole week sometimes I don't have to say anything, because I have no interaction with anybody, right? That's why I asked Ian, I say, you're a brother that somebody that I can adopt, you know, technical support. When I have problem, computer, whatever, I had to spend like hours fixing it, you know, like, you know, probably Ian can be 2 minutes, probably two seconds, you know what I mean? So, so you can see the generation above you is not everybody computer savvy. So how's Esme doing? I see some of your work. You know, some beautiful work that you have.
Oh, thank you, Alice. Esme's doing okay.
Yeah, yeah. So, and keep posting. You know, I saw you before Christmas pretty quiet, and now you are just coming out as a storm.
Well, I'm a brand new grandmother.
I know.
Yeah, and I look after my dad. So it was quite busy, especially around Christmas time. But this event that we have, that IWS Globe and Canada put together, is really inspiring, and I've been wanting to get back to the easel. And here it is. This is the answer to my prayers, because watching all of you guys do the demos, my hands are itching to get to the brushes, and I even want to go out plein air painting. So thank you all.
Well, you're welcome. Okay, to Harrison. So when you have the time, I'm going to show you some of the painting I have. I see. Can you see? So that's my guest tank, Vancouver. I don't know whether you can see it. It's yeah, probably better this way. Yes, it's I did it last month, so it's a guest tank, Vancouver. And I see I get also a sea otter.
I like that one.
Yeah, sea otter. That the friend in Portland took it, so that's his photo reference. And I did this for the
your train.
Is my train.
Yeah.
So I enter a contest with the Fabiano, this one. So the Fabiano contest this year.
Did you use ink for that?
No,
Alice?
No, watercolor. Yeah.
Those are all very beautiful. You've been making great use of your time there.
Well, you know, when you are in isolation, right? So the artist is never get bored, because we have art.
Oh, I love that one.
Yeah. So this is my photograph. And there's another winter scene. So,
Alice, what brand of paint?
Paper? Yeah.
No, the paint. What?
Oh, the paint is a Winsor Newton, and I use a Winsor Newton and also Daniel Smith.
How do you find them?
Oh, Daniel Smith is everywhere in Opus Art Store.
No, I mean how do you compare the two?
Oh, okay. They're quite consistent. I think they're similar. That means Winsor Newton always consistent, and Daniel Smith, I use it alternately, right? So if I order something from England, right? There's a company called Jackson Art Supplies, and they sell much cheaper Winsor Newton than Vancouver. So I order from, I had to pay duty and taxes, right? But still is a better off than, you know, than I think I would not say Daniel Smith is better, but some of the pigment is better, like cerulean, right? I use a lot, is better than Daniel Smith. So they both company have, so you have to play around to see which one that, and we have a color specialist today, Cynthia, right?
Yeah.
Get us some color and education. That's perfect. Yeah. So
I have a question for people about paint, a paint brand. Do any of you use Da Vinci? Because I have bought some and I really, really like them, but they are so expensive to buy, even when they're like, sometimes they have 60% off. But I mean, by the time we
what's the
convert to
name of the
American
brand?
dollars.
What's the name of the brand? What
Da Vinci. Da Vinci. They're made in California.
Da Vinci.
Da Vinci.
Da Vinci.
I'll write it in the chat.
I used it a couple of times, you know, in the past, but it's hard to get, is what you say, right? So
yeah, well, it's expensive.
Yeah.
And the shipping costs a lot. Like they don't do free shipping for anything, so it's expensive. But I found them, I think, more transparent than some of the others. I really find them. I'm wondering if anybody else has experience with them.
I have a few tubes before. I still have a couple. Actually, yes, even years later, when you use them, still work wonders. Still.
You mean this Da Vinci?
Yeah, Da Vinci. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's
Da Vinci.
It's very easy to get in Toronto.
Not even.
Oh, you can. Okay.
Not
I have not seen it in a store, only online and from the company. So.
Oh, in Toronto, you can search for Studio 6.
Okay.
Or
Yeah,
Curry.
I think I bought.
Or Curry's. CURY''S Curry's. They ship.
Right.
Yeah.
CURRY. Yeah.
No, CURY''S Curry's.
Yeah, got it.
Alice,
what paper do you
they're
use?
cheaper than Daniel Smith.
And I find Saunders Waterford watercolor paper is quite nice.
Yeah,
I start using it more, and it's cheaper than Winston Newton and cheaper than Arches.
Yeah.
So that, like a paper like that, right? So this one. Today is Saunders Waterford, right? This is Saunders Waterford, and I find it even better because than Arches sometimes, because Saunders Waterford, it retains the water longer than Arches. Like when I paint, I find the feeling of a wetness of my my painting stay longer. You know, somehow I don't know why, but I feel it that way. That's why and also is. You know, when you ship it out and it's 140 pounds, so easy to fold. So I don't use heavy paper. You know, when you heavy paper, unless you ship it flat, it's just impossible to roll into the tube. You know what I mean? Yeah, you had, and then you had to, you know, pay more. Of course, you know, like is much, you know. Like it have much more features and more manipulation if you have heavy paper, right? You can do more things with it.
Are you using cold press or hot press?
I seldom use hot press. I use the cold press all the time, and usually 140 pounds. That's something I think is, you know, somebody mentioned, I think, I don't know whether Thomas Shetler or somebody. Thomas Shetler always 140 pounds. And they actually say the heavy paper sometimes suck lots of, like take a loss of pigment, sink down, and you have to keep filling it up. So because I don't usually normally working on heavy paper, so I don't know. I had to have somebody actually have the experience whether it is something happening like that, right? So who is using 200-300 pounds?
I just did a sketch on 300.
So
like the three, this one is Winsor & Newton, and it's called Press.
Yes.
And it's quite nice. It's not my favorite paper.
Okay.
But it does absorb a lot of water, which is good because it allows you to. Sometimes I like to do like very wet and wet, like kind of like losing. I just did like little sketch.
As long as it's not like absorbing too much pigment, you know what I mean? You want the pigment to stay in the surface.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, and I was gonna add too, like if you're plein air painting out in the heat, and you have a really thick paper, that paint just disappears. It just seems to really soak in. Like it's hard to, and sometimes the other thing is sometimes I think I'm using a lot of pigment and it looks bright outside, and I get back in and there's hardly any pigment.
So you have that kind of feeling. I have a field, heavy paper, 200 and 300 pounds, and I just don't want to use it. You know, psychologically, I say first, somebody tell me you're going to lose lots of pigment. So secondly, I say, okay, I had to wait until I have a really important project, you know, to use important paper. You know, I don't know.
I don't think you'll notice the difference. Doesn't need that pigment. No, I've used both, and you just need more water. But I haven't noticed a pigment difference. Like I don't think it requires that much more. But then I don't know if painting outdoors is completely different experience for sure.
The same thing with me. I use the 300-pound arches for the larger works because it doesn't buckle as easily. I think the color remains about the same if I soak the water. If I'm doing wet and wet, then I really wet it down first. So I do the wash, completely wet the paper and then do the wash, and then later on work in the dry brush.
Mm-hmm.
I just like the texture.
Well, the texture, of course, you know, the regular paper cannot, you know, do it, right? So, yeah. So how do you feel like a paper, rough paper, extra white paper, natural white, you know, any preferences that you want to do?
I like the natural.
The natural. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I find the white really bright, but I think it's just a matter of choice or what you have gotten used to.
Yeah, when you have like this particular one I have today, right? I choose bright white.
Yes.
Because I want the snow top, you know, actually really stand out. So I choose the bright white.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful effect there in that painting, Alice.
Oh, thank you. It's kind of sweating. You know, I think, you know, like I think the COVID-19 sometimes is kind of, because artists, they interact, right? We paint in a group all the time. In the past, we go together, we're socializing, right? So now it's just like everybody choose to be, you know, in their own little bubble, you know what I mean? So occasionally last year, I get a few artists follow me to this area doing plein air. And also this year, we have CSPWC is going to have 2022 symposium in Harrison Hot Spring. So the symposium is going to attract the best instructor of the country coming over to Harrison Hot Spring. So Sherry, you might consider coming, you know. I want to see you again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're going to put into their website probably once they form up the team and everything. And it's going to be having a show as well in Harrison Lake, the Gary, and it's called Ranger Station Gary. And the CSPWC is going to have like right now we're still talking how many days, but mostly probably 4 days. So would have art talks and, you know, artists demonstration, slideshow, and the workshop as well. So it's going to be, well, I hope the COVID-19, the pandemic is not going to get any worse. You know, it's the third year that had non-action, I mean, physical action. Online probably still the way to go in the future for the time being, if we had to come across restriction again. So but art, painting, and never stop. And the art store is still having more sale than before.
Yeah.
Just like a renovation, because artists never have time to paint before. Now they have more time, so the supplier is happy, they sell more. And everything is like a home depot renovation. They're having the best year during the pandemic. Yeah.
What month will that symposium be?
August the 22nd to 28th.
Okay.
So it's a Monday to a Sunday, but the Sunday is going to take down, probably just people saying goodbye. And it is, if you, I don't know whether any of you are CSPWC, probably it's time to think about it, because your watercolor is, the level is high, right? So they recruit new member once a year, and the jury process is a board of jury of 9. So you just go through the jury process, and then usually the cutoff is November the 1st of each year, and then February would be the month they send you the result. So it's a good organization. They're located head office in Toronto, right? So been almost 100 years old, the organization. And by seeing the work in IWS Canada, yeah, and I think lots of members are right up there to get inside and get into another non-profit organization and have more opportunity to showcase your work. And also they have each year is an open water competition. So watch that news in their website, CSPWC, and that is open to member and non-member. Okay, so if you got in for, I think it's 3 times, and you are already in, so you don't have to go through a jury process. Yeah, so I hope to see also IWS increasing number as well. I think we are increasing pretty fast, right? We're happy to see so many new members now.
Yep, we're definitely growing, that's for sure. So it is getting busier.
Yeah, we're getting busier and busier. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, but I think at some point we're going to need to expand our team, just because there is going to be more and more to do with more and more members. So we'll probably be creating some more positions at some point in the future. So if anybody wants to volunteer, we need help. So
well, what kind of help that you need right now, Renee?
At the moment, I mean, we are looking for a new treasurer. Like our treasurer just resigned just recently. And I think at some point we will be looking for someone to help with membership. So that's something that I can see in the future. And there may be a few other positions, but we kind of need to hash it out as a board of what that's going to look like.
Okay. Do you have like an educational committee or like a publication, social media?
We don't, and that's something that probably needs to be added. Right now, I'm kind of covering a bunch of those different things, but I mean, if we had someone that could do that exclusively, then obviously it's done better. You know, there's less work. You know, it's spread out for just it's less work. It's not as much work for one person essentially, and the work is spread out. So, yeah, we'll probably be looking to do that eventually.
Is Peggy is already lining up for that for the demo next?
Sorry, I missed that.
Is Peggy know that she's going to be next?
Yeah, it looks like she hasn't shown up. So I'm guessing that probably that her presentation isn't happening now.
Okay.
It's almost 4 o'clock. So
okay, all right. So thank you so much. You've been all day, Renee and Ian. Oh my God. And you just, I think you must be tired, like Ian's eyes. just imagine, you are a young man, right? So you have to be feeling sorry for the last generation, right? So
the thing is they've been on screen all day, so I wonder if they had time to eat.
Ian doesn't have time to eat. I didn't see him eating all day.
I saw him snacking.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Looking forward to dinner now.
Yeah, so you got somebody cook for you? Yeah. You got a big smile, somebody's cooking. You know? No? Yeah, you got a big smile. So everybody will cook for you, okay? You come to Vancouver, we cook for you. Because you need to be pampered now after all your volunteer effort. You know, you need some pampering, you know.
Yeah, it's hard work.
So Renee, we all need to feed the president first. Because you see the amount of volunteer effort, you know, because none of the organization will survive without tremendous effort, right? So none of us, you know, can even get into any society. You know, if the organization take lots of time in selfless and self-sacrifice, and you know, on behalf of the society you have done. So very important job. And then you had to cut down your time, painting time as well, right? So,
and for Renee, her dancing time.
Yeah, dancing time and painting time, you know.
yeah, well, I'm retired now from competing with dancing, but
oh no, really?
yeah, no, I'm retired.
Oh
but,
no.
but we still do dance. We do Argentine tango still. Wow. But I mean, we haven't been able to go to any events or do anything like that because of COVID. So it's just at home kind of thing. So
with that, you have your partner with you.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's not so bad. I mean, it's not that much different, but it's not as fun because we used to travel and such for that. But it'll come back. It always does. And Argentine tango is very resilient. I mean, they've gone like that has gone through wars and it's stayed alive. So it'll be around.
Yeah, it's a beloved dance for sure.
Yeah.
Would be the best your partner can, your husband can dance, right? Even
Alice, have you seen Renee dance?
She's the better. Well, I saw a few.
A lot of her videos. Yeah, on. I've kept visiting those videos. I love your dance.
Yeah, the video. I saw the video, not alive. So
no.
If Nick's IWS symposium,
oh yes.
Then Renee had to be in the dancing ring,
Great idea. Awesome. Yes.
Yes, why not? It's the best thing that you have.
I'll come for sure then.
I need to put brushes on my shoes, maybe. I can paint at the same time. No. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah,
all right.
We really appreciate today. It was really good.
Yeah, we have a very successful one. How about the video? The video, the quality is okay.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. We're recording it on Zoom, so I haven't tried doing that before. So we have to convert it to an MP4.
I actually do a test run. The Zoom doesn't record very well. It's blurry. Yeah.
No.
Oh yeah.
It's blurry.
Yeah. So I don't know. So I don't know what else.
We'll see what we get. Hopefully we can use something out of it, but
yeah. Well, I'm very happy to see you all guys. I muted my camera and my audio all day.
until now because I want to have a chat with Alice. I haven't seen her for a long time.
I know. I haven't seen you for a long time. Last time I see you is in Vancouver.
That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Happy painting.
So thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Tom. And thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Next time.
Thank you.
Let's do it again soon.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, bye-bye.
Everyone.
Thank
you.
you. Bye.
Bye-bye.